Right. I am not sure what happened, but I hope everybody comes back. Mhm. All right. Well, that was interesting. I don't know what happened. So, welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. Though I have no clue what happened. Everything just kind of, yeah, crashed all at once. So, anyway, we are back live again. Um, we'll just pick up where we left off. Mm. All right, still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Still for now, Goodland, Kansas, just to the west of Colby, Kansas. Still the quarter size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, I apologize. Um, I have no clue actually what happened. Everything froze and then completely shut off. Once again, apologize for the inconvenience. All right, so still have a pretty good line from McCook now, all the way up to Lexington, really up through St. Paul, Columbus, Fremont. It's definitely starting to get going, but a lot of the big part will start to form up, south of these areas. Kearney, Grand Island, York, Hastings, Beatrice, Lincoln. We'll definitely start to get some cells starting to fire down here in a little bit. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just coming out basically for the area that we just had down here, Goodland, Kansas. This will actually include Colby in this warning when it comes out. There it goes. All right, so a new severe thunderstorm warning for Oakley and Colby, Kansas. So once again, quarter size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable damage if you are in the path of the storm. Do have an outflow boundary right here. So probably some pretty gusty winds moving toward it. Once again, sorry for the inconvenience. Not quite sure completely what happened. Everything just kind of yeah, crashed a little bit. So not sure if it was a power surge in our area. Like I said, we had some pretty nasty winds and power's doing some weird things here lately. So yeah, thanks for tuning back in and we'll keep continuing our coverage. So appreciate everybody. All right. All right. So still back in down in Colorado, we still have, you know, basically a train of thunderstorms from Colorado Springs. Now, we do actually have a new severe thunderstorm warning that includes Colorado Springs, Fountain, Security, Fort Carson, Cameron Hills, over to the Ellicott area, and then basically back down. So, Colorado Springs Airport, yeah, so ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So really a long line of storms through Colorado. back up through northwestern Kansas. Have a new storm report from Sherman County, 10 miles northwest of their Brewster, Kansas. National Weather Service employee reported 65-mile-an-hour wind gust. That would be just to the northwest of Brewster. Hmm. All right. Um, all right, so we don't have any active severe thunderstorm warnings here in Nebraska just yet. Have a pretty strong line started from basically McCook going up through Lexington. Um, Definitely seeing some pop-up showers just north of Omaha, Fremont, Columbus, just to the north of St. Paul, in Nebraska. We'll have to keep an eye out on that. And then a little up further to the north in Cherry County, to the north of Mullen and south of Valentine, um, have a couple of storms. All right, so it looks like we may have a severe thunderstorm watch for our area. So let's take a quick peek. Let's see if they actually have it out. All right, not yet. So we're gonna just keep it on here and we'll wait for the new severe thunderstorm watch to come out for probably our area until 4 a.m. So this could definitely be a long stream tonight. Uh, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see where this severe thunderstorm watch goes up. Mm. All right, if you're just tuning in, sorry for the interruption earlier. Not quite sure. Yeah, not quite sure what happened. And lost everything there for a little bit until it, booted back up again. All right, still waiting for that watch to come out. Hmm. All right, so there's a little bit of the watch down in Kansas. So that's extreme northeastern Kansas. I'm pretty sure, slowly but surely it'll work its way northward. Mm. All right. All right. So there's some more of the severe. So this is like a slowly but surely kind of process. We'll have to see how far north that they extend this severe thunderstorm watch. Right. Until then, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for probably another Colorado Springs. All right, so just to the east of Colorado Springs, still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, Looking at Ellicott, you are in this warning, but it's already basically already moved to the east of you. Once again, there is nothing in this general area. Um, so pretty wide open country out here. Right, so they're slowly filling in the boxes for the new severe thunderstorm watch. So we'll just kind of have to wait and see where it goes. I'm kind of curious how far north is this going to cover the Omaha Metro, toward Grand Island, basically Lexington and down, or are they going to stop it just short? So I assume they'll include the Omaha, Lincoln, Grand Island areas in it. So we'll have to wait and see. No, I have not. Mm. Okay, so we'll get this watch box off of here. We'll go back and look at this in a minute when they've updated everything on the severe thunderstorm watch. I do know it's extended until 4 a.m. Tomorrow morning, so we'll just have to wait and see how far north it goes. All right, once again, we'll go down to the Goodland, Kansas radar. So Colby, Kansas, still quarter size hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Um, Definitely see a gust front going straight through. So if you are ahead of this, you will definitely see 70 plus mile an hour damaging winds heading toward Colby. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for Colorado. This polygon is probably getting ready to expire, so they just extended this one. Still with ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All these are actually training right over one another, so extremely heavy rains out here. It is completely in the open, uh, going across 94, Highway 71. Once again, if there's water over the roads, turn around, don't drown, definitely. All right, so roughly for about 7 more minutes, Colorado Springs, Fountain Security, you guys are still in the severe thunderstorm warning. Um, just to your east, and more 7 more minutes. A lot of these are getting ready to expire, except the new ones that they just put up. All right, we'll take a look. So back at Goodland, Kansas. Once again, thanks for joining me live tonight. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, hit that like and subscribe button. Really sends us out to more people that we try to help and like and subscribe. We appreciate it. All right, so have a lot of numerous reports from this one cell coming out of extreme northwestern Kansas, St. Francis. So upwards of 60 to 70. Just had a report of still from the NWS employees, 65-mile-an-hour winds. Um, Definitely, all these are actually moving toward Colby and Oakley and Kansas. All right, once again, just south of Hastings radar, McCook, Lexington. Definitely trying, pop up showers and thunderstorms trying to develop. We'll see those gradually increase over the Kearney, Grand Island, Hastings, York, Lincoln, Beatrice area over the next few hours. Let's see if they have updated that watch box. Yeah. All right. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning just to the actually for Fountain Security area. So definitely know this area. Used to live out here. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This would probably just be more. So they should be updating this severe thunderstorm watch. Um, this will definitely be for these winds, this outflow boundary pushing out. So it's mainly for the winds. A little bit of hail just on the east side of Colorado Springs Airport. So this will be for about 48 more minutes. We'll put this into motion. So definitely the outflow boundary, along with the front moving east. Definitely some gusty winds, a little bit of hail in here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, appreciate it. Be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I appreciate it. It gets this channel out to more people so we can help them out with safety measures of severe weather. Keep you guys posted. All right. Let's see. Go back up to the valley radar. So few spotty showers, still to the north. All right, there we go. All right, there is our watch box. So they will probably still keep extending this, but for right now until 4 o'clock in the morning, we do have the Omaha Metro. So Douglas, Sarpy, Saunders, Lancaster, Odo, Cat or Cass, Odo, down toward Johnson County, Pawnee County. We are all in a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. So roughly 7 more hours. Um, for the long haul, we will probably be here. Make sure everybody is safe. I truly believe that the rest of this will also go into a severe thunderstorm watch. They just haven't updated it yet, but I'm pretty sure from Columbus back toward North Platte and down, we'll all see severe thunderstorm watch in here. No, I'm not from Colorado Springs, and I know who this is, and you better stop. All right. So we're just waiting for really this line to really kick going from the McCook, Lexington, and up towards St. Paul area. Uh, Waiting for all this to kick in and really explode down here in South Central Nebraska, Eastern Nebraska, Southeastern part. Okay, so if you're in the Omaha area, you know that we are in the severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. So I'm going to take that down for right now, and we'll go back later on and see if they expanded it further to the west of Omaha than what they did. All right, so roughly have 9 severe thunderstorm warning and 2 flash flood warnings. Let's look. I know one is probably for the Charleston, South Carolina. We talked about that one. We have one in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and Waukesha, Wisconsin. I know they were getting hammered by rains earlier. So definitely Milwaukee, Whitefish Bay, Shorewood, West Alias, and South Milwaukee. You guys are all in a flash flood warning, and Brookfield. So this is for roughly 1 to 2 inches over the last hour that has fallen over there. So definitely some water over the roads. This will expire in roughly about 5 hours. Right. Okay, so that is the flash flood warning up in Wisconsin. All right, so we'll look back over here. So we only really have just these in Colorado, in northwestern Kansas for severe thunderstorm warnings. Nothing in the Nebraska area just yet. So still have the warning for Fountain Security just to the southeast of Colorado Springs, Fountain Security over toward Elliott. Um, and I forgot what was in this one. I don't think anything. Big Kahuna, hey, thanks for tuning in. I don't think it's too early to tell. I really think we'll get, something. It might even be after midnight. Um, the models are kind of going all over the place, but for what I am seeing, uh, definitely there's, the definite line formation, Fremont, Columbus, back down St. Paul, Lexington. I really think this will all get going later on. Does it stay, just to the south of Omaha, or does it just like right over Omaha? So, there's going to be some nasty cells out here later on. Uh, Kearney, Grand Island, Hastings, York. I mean, we're going to get some nasty stuff. Now, is this the boundary line? How far north it goes? If this is actually the boundary, um, yeah, I think Omaha, Lincoln, York will get some pretty decent storms rolling in. It will be later on tonight, but we'll just, like you said, we'll just have to wait and see. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those every time we look at the models, um, here we'll look at them again really quick. There's really nothing really much going on right this second. So we'll take another quick peek. So it actually looks like they're updating it again. So they're always updating it. So here's 10, 11, here's midnight, 1, 2, 3. So, we could start to see roughly about, who knows, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. We'll see if these are just like rain events or if they're going to be warned cells, we'll stay live while they're, active severe weather. If it's just like a heavy rain wind event, um, we'll keep radar going for people who want to see. But yeah, we'll just have to find out if this is sooner. Like I said, they keep changing it like every single hour. Um, so yeah, once again, we'll have to wait and see. Just like back here, they don't show any of that line north of Omaha over to um, Columbus, Grand Island. There's nothing there for that boundary. So are they just not picking it up, or is this actually the boundary line further north and the Omaha Metro will see more? So we'll just have to wait and see. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in tonight. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Sends it out to more people. We appreciate it. This morning at 4:50 a.m. we had over 1,200 people on here. Seeing what was going on. So let's get another 1,200 on tonight's stream. There's a possibility of tornadic event, not the right conditions. You know, it's very, very slim. I think we are just on the 2%. Um, but I'll kind of draw, actually, you know what, I'll even just show you. I think more of the activity will be, out here, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, still southeastern Nebraska. Um, but once again, conditions, keep changing. But for the factors for tonight, this is kind of and actually, honestly, they just updated this, so this is actually brand new. So glad you kind of brought this up. So it does look like, we are in a 2% risk for tornadoes for the rest of the evening. So once again, this line will start forming and things will start blowing up down here later on. And as this pushes, northeast, east, could get a quick spin up somewhere. Um, yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if there's some discrete cells pulling away from one another. We could get a quick spin up, but I wouldn't hold your breath on it. But this is actually, they just updated this, so let's go and look. All right. So this is pretty new too. So this is extreme wind, excessive, wind threat, probably 70 plus mile an hour winds in this hatched area. Let's see what they say. So significant severe, let's see. Possibility. It's it's not saying it at all, but usually in this hatched area, it's 70 plus mile an hour winds. So, we could definitely once again see some, you know, damage and winds later on. So this is also new. So now let's look at the hail threat. All right, so here's the hail threat. So still have a pretty good, chance of some severe hail, basically from Omaha Metro south to, Manhattan, Topeka area. Definitely, as we've seen throughout the evening, uh, definitely in this hatched area, we've seen huge apple size hail, lime size hail. So Colorado definitely has us beat tonight. Thank goodness for the largest hail. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. All right. Yeah, no problem. That's, I try to have all the information. If I don't, I kind of look for it. Um, yeah, we'll have to see, what happens. It's weather, weather changes like all the time. Runs push a little bit more to the north, to the south, boundary lines form. Um, yeah, we just have to wait and see, and someone has to be there either live covering it or somehow get, weather alerts out to the people who don't get the information. So uh, that's why we're here. Okay, so we're down to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. Three are right here, three, four, five, six. So they're basically all right here. We have 5 warnings. We have 2 right here in Kansas, and the rest are right here in Colorado. Once again, if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. Every time we go live, we want you to go live with us. It's still a pretty cool sunset tonight. Connie, did you make it back on by chance? So there's a pretty cool shot of live sky cam. So those are the overshooting cloud tops from the storms that are up north toward Fremont, Blair, Columbus, up in that area. All right, so that's pretty cool sight. All right, let's see. So I think these storms are moving a lot slower than previously expected because normally around, unless we see some convection start to happen down here, we'll have to wait and see what these storms just out to the west do. See if these really start intensifying. We might get some development just down here toward the radar site. We'll have to wait and see. I think once they start going, they're really going to take off. McCook, you guys are seeing a pretty good cell just moving through you. Now just to the east, basically uh, Indianola and Cambridge. Arapahoe, you guys are next, and Beaver City. So you guys are next in line for this cell moving through to the east. They don't have it severe warned, but definitely could be some pea to marble size hail in here, and at least maybe 40 to 50 mile an hour winds. Right. Kind of just waiting for these storms to really start getting going um, out toward, the Kearney, Holdridge, McCook area. Anytime now we're going to get a little blip out here and things will really start to fire off. Right. So we still have like five severe thunderstorm warnings out. So we have three in Colorado and two in extreme northwest Kansas. We still have that for Fountain Security area and just to the east of Colorado Springs, still ping pong size hail and ping pong size hail. Duncan Center, Colorado, 3 miles to the west, inch and three-quarter size hail. That was reported by a storm chaser. It was probably Tornado Pagey who actually probably reported that one. Was that one? Yeah. This was an inch and a half, so probably the same thing. Right, let's take a look. So this is latest West Omaha weather. We're holding right at roughly about 80 degrees and feels like 81 degrees. Dew point 76. Humidity is getting really humid out there at 90%. I mean, we are 23% higher now than yesterday. Still, if you guys are just, tuning in, we did have that wind gust early this morning here where I am at 64 miles an hour. So roughly 65-mile-an-hour wind gust. Um, Definitely had some tree damage, a lot of power outages here in eastern Nebraska. Um, so yeah, that's what we're looking at right now. So dew point is extremely high and humidity is high. So, key things that we had that the little bit of sun that popped out today and warmed up the atmosphere. So it's pretty unstable around here. So we could see some pretty good storms later on. All right. Let's see, a new severe finally. We got the first one, well, not the first one, but one in Nebraska. So just to the east of McCook and Indianola, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is probably moving pretty slow. I would assume probably like 15 miles an hour. All right, so it is moving east at 30. So I'm surprised the box is really that small. So moving east at 30. Lebanon, it's just to your north, and Wilsonville, probably to you, let's see. Wilsonville, roughly about 15, 16 minutes, population 87. So definitely a small community, a town in there. But definitely if you're watching, about 15 minutes, it'll be on top of you. Nibble, what's going on? How you doing? Right. So once again, just a severe thunderstorm warning for Lebanon. This is for quarter-size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Don't forget, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. Sends the channel out to more viewers for severe weather events. So appreciate it. Hey, so definitely have a bigger hail core. This is probably bigger than quarter size hail. All right, have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Um, all right, still back in Colorado. We'll switch radars. This is for ping pong size hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So one of these has to be expiring here in just a minute. All right, so it'd be this one. So this one's expiring for 3 minutes. So this polygon is actually taken over for this box. Um, this one is also 3 minutes. So this polygon is taken over for that one. So we're looking at tennis ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Once again, if you are underneath this, I would not want to be underneath this. Definitely tennis ball destruction if you are underneath this cell, which once again, it's really riding along Highway 94, and we'll be crossing 94 and 71. Right, so once again, just to the east of McCook, have a pretty good cell starting to form out there. Let's see. Yeah, definitely a good hail core out there. I'm still guessing it is bigger than quarter size hail. See what the cloud tops are out on this one. Yeah, definitely bigger than quarter size. They should be updating this probably pretty soon. So we're looking at almost 60,000 feet cloud tops just to the east of McCook. We're probably looking at least probably golf ball size hail in the cell. They still have it as quarter. Not really buying that this is quarter size hail. Hey, so definitely making a path toward Wilsonville and then Henley in Nebraska, and sooner or later over to Beaver City. Hey, once again, we're actually just talking about this. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning right along the border. It's riding along the border. Um, yeah, still they have it for quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. But when you start seeing bigger, darker blue cloud tops, now that it's gone, now that I pointed it out. Um, yeah, so Beaver City, you are in the path of this next system. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And this one, I believe, is still roughly going about 35 mile an hour. Right, little cell developed just to the north of Logan, Iowa, riding along Interstate 29. A couple of sprinkles up to the north. Right, well, we have a cell starting to little start development down toward Lincoln. We'll definitely have to watch this area, start to maybe come together a little bit. Right. So this severe thunderstorm warning for Colby is still in effect for roughly about 13 more minutes. I would assume they will extend this warning past the 13 minutes. So velocities show pretty good wind speed. Oh, it is below 60, so they may not. Basically, the greatest wind was 55 mile an hour in there, so they did condense that warning, so they may not extend it. It's not really the severe limits, so we'll have to wait and see if they extend this warning. And once again, if you guys are just joining us, hit that like and subscribe button for me. We are covering basically, Kansas, Nebraska. It's been Colorado a lot, tonight with the severe weather. So It'll start ramping up in northern Kansas and central, southeastern, and eastern Nebraska later on. Probably after 11 o'clock, it'll really start to ramp up around here. So, yeah, we'll be here for the long haul. So, hit that like, subscribe button, and it sends it out to more people to get the live stream out. So, appreciate everybody's support on here. Yeah, it means a lot. Right, let's switch back to radar just south of Hastings. Once again, severe thunderstorm warning still for 40 minutes. This system's roughly going about 35 miles an hour, so it's not going to take 40 minutes. 40 minutes, it'll probably be in Beaver City. Definitely some heavy rain and up to quarter size hail with these severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, we'll go back down here just to the south of Colorado Springs, Fountain Security area. So roughly 9 more minutes, quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Ellicott, still ping pong size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And I believe this is the same thing. So no, this is a little bit bigger. Tennis ball size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right, so these are basically our 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, like in the country. And we have 2 flash flood warnings. One is in Charleston, South Carolina, and the other is up in uh, Wisconsin. Flat flood warning for Charleston, South Carolina for another hour 23 minutes, and Milwaukee and Waukesha, Wisconsin for roughly about 4.5 more hours. So take the flash flood warnings very serious. Right, let's get off of this radar quick. Let's just take a little scroll around and see what's going on. All right, so Washington, Oregon. It looks like really everywhere on the West Coast is actually pretty calm. Now there is nothing out here. Montana, finally we're good for once. We're pretty quiet. Wyoming, we're good. Colorado, still seeing the storms basically on the eastern half of Colorado, on the eastern side of the mountain range. New Mexico, Looks like a few showers that are going on. This is nothing severe. Texas, you are extremely quiet tonight. Oklahoma, nothing. Kansas, your storms will start to ramp up here in north central Kansas. Nebraska, yours is also going to start ramping up down here in southeast Nebraska, central Nebraska, eastern Nebraska. Just give it a little bit of time and it'll start ramping up. South Dakota, you're good. North Dakota, you're good. Minnesota, you guys have a few storms up to the north. Nothing severe. Iowa, you guys will see storms later on tonight. I mean, it'll be like we definitely dark 30 before you guys start to see anything out here. Uh, Missouri, you guys saw some storms earlier. Now they've pushed into Illinois. Nothing really, nothing down in the southeast really. We do have that flash flood warning down here in Charleston, South Carolina. Have a lot of inflow moisture uh, coming off the ocean right there in South Carolina. And really nothing for, the upper uh, Northeast. So once again, back in Wisconsin, still the flash flood warning for Milwaukee. Definitely a lot of rain still up there. Looks like a storm just off to the northwest of Rockford. Definitely some heavy rains just outside of Milwaukee, Kenosha, those towns up there. Right, so still the severe thunderstorm warnings just to the east of McCook and down to the southwest of McCook. So roughly about 4 more minutes. I'm still wondering if they're going to extend this warning out. Not quite sure. I didn't see over 60-mile-an-hour winds when I checked it last, so they may let this one expire. So still having up to quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, just riding right along the Kansas Nebraska line. But on the Nebraska side, we'll still have quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Sean, what's going on? Good to see you. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in tonight. Once again, just yeah, severe thunderstorm warning for Beaver Creek for roughly about 32 more minutes. So this is pretty good size hail in here. They're pinging it for quarter. Could be a little bit larger than quarter, but yeah, there's the newest scan. So just to the west of Beaver City. Alma, you would be next in the path of this line. If it continues, Alma, and then Franklin. This might just completely ride the borders of Nebraska and Kansas. So we'll just have to wait and see. We're kind of waiting for that development to actually begin, down here. We should have some cells. As this gets closer, this front, we should start to get some popping activity down here in northern Kansas and really exploding northward. Um, we'll have to wait and see. But it looks like that boundary line as everybody can see, is basically up here. So this is pretty juicy moisture atmosphere for storm development, if you want to put it that way. So we'll have to wait and see. Let's go and see if they actually updated that severe thunderstorm watch. All right, so they did. So for the most part, I was right. I mean, that's exactly where they extended, where I said to Grand Island and then southward. So yeah, I kind of pegged that. So just like we were just talking about, I think this is the boundary right here. Um, so just north of Omaha. So we're talking, north of Fremont, Columbus, St. Paul down, you know, all this is good atmosphere, moisture content, everything for storm development. So I think we'll definitely see some storms firing off here pretty soon, probably within the next hour or two, and they'll really start to take off from there. So I believe this is until, yeah, so 6 hours, 15 minutes. This is still until 4 o'clock in the morning. So it could be pretty long evening tonight. All right, so kind of like I suspected, I didn't see any 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts down there anymore, so I kind of figured they would let this go, which they did. So there is no more severe thunderstorm warning for the cell just to the east of St. Francis. Atwood, you guys are just seeing some extremely heavy rain. Ahead of this line, you may see, up to 50-mile-an-hour wind gust, but for the most part, it is staying below severe limits right now. Now we really only have three severe thunderstorm warnings out. Two for Colorado, just to the east of Colorado Springs. That one's for 43 minutes, and this one is still for tennis ball size hail, 28 more minutes. All right. So a new severe thunderstorm warning just came out for the cell just to the south of this one. Still holding tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for 43 minutes. So this has got to be dropping basically to the south. Yeah, so that's dropping more to the south. We'll see. This one will probably just hold this northern edge of this warning. All right, we'll go back here. Right. So yeah, I definitely think this will be prime environment later on for storm development. Boundary line is further to the north than I think that they expected. Um, I think they thought it was going to be more, just over Omaha, maybe north of York, Grand Island, and the development was going to stay further to the south. But I don't know. We'll have to wait and see what a lot of this does. Right, if you guys are just tuning in, this is West Omaha live weather right here. So we're looking at 78 degrees right now. Dew point still extremely high. We're looking at almost 76 degrees. Feels like 80. humidity is off the chart at 91%. I mean, we're looking at almost 25% higher right now than it was yesterday. And still we had that 14 um, tenths of an inch of rain this morning. It wasn't too much, way just a little bit further to the north. I mean, they had two, three, upwards of 4 inches of rain, just, Valley, Fremont up into Iowa along Missouri Valley. So they had some pretty heavy, extensive rain up there. One of my subscribers, Connie, that lives over there, sent me photos. They're still pumping water out of their basement. It's yeah, it got pretty bad up there in flooding. So take flooding serious. Um, had a couple fatalities this morning in campgrounds. Um, you know, we had I can't even think of it out here at Two Rivers and also in can't even think over in Lincoln. Branched Oak, had some trailers blown over, or some campers, I should say, some campers blown over. But the worst case scenario happened at Two Rivers, um, just outside of Omaha. A couple fatalities due to, I'm not quite sure the facts on it. I don't know if a tree landed on a camper or a tent or how that happened, but you know, devastating loss regardless. So prayers go out to the family and friends of those victims out there. Yeah, sad situation out here in eastern Nebraska this morning. So prayers with everybody out there, and you know, we'll get through tonight, and we'll get through another day, and we'll keep going. So, all right. Right, so basically, it's just the one severe thunderstorm warning here in Nebraska and the three out in Colorado. So still ping pong size hail out there. Oh, I'm actually on the wrong screen. Go back to where you guys can see. Um, yeah, so still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Tennis ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And just dropping a little bit further south. So this shouldn't have that much longer. Has 23 minutes, but it's moving out of the box zone pretty quick. So they may let this uh, expire a little bit sooner than 23 minutes. This is your new polygon box for that cell. Still, tennis ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we'll have to wait and see. All right. All right. So just outside of Fountain Security area, right along on the east side of I-25, a new severe thunderstorm warning, ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This would be for, well, it's saying there's nothing out here, but this is pretty open land territory out here. I did live out in this area. I was stationed right here at Carson for 4 years, so pretty familiar with this area. It is pretty wide open out here, so which is good because there is nothing that it can really destroy. Once again, ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds just to the east of Security Fountain, and still have ping pong size hail up toward Ellicott. Actually, radar, probably it's catching up with itself. There we go. All right, so pretty, this is where they expected the larger of the hail, severe hail was going to be, which is fine because a lot of this is roughly in the middle of nowhere. I can zoom in and you can see there is like really no towns in this area. It's open desert basically. So, which is good. It can stay out there. So Ellicott, you should really be in the clear. Everything is off to your southeast, so you should be pretty good. Just having a little couple of showers just on the outskirts, but everything is pushing to your east and southeast. Once again, if you're just joining us, appreciate it. Hit that like and subscribe button. Let's try to make it over 200 subscribers tonight. Been doing this for a little while, uh, trying to get some support. Uh, yeah, let's make that happen tonight. Let's get over 200. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell icon. Every time we go live for severe weather, we want you to go live with us. That's definitely what we're here for. Um, you know, a lot of the other guys won't go live just for, severe weather events, as it's just severe thunderstorm warnings. Um, they have to get like the tornadoes and everything else. But severe thunderstorm warnings are pretty powerful too, as we experienced today in eastern Nebraska. So, all weather to me is validated to go live and keep people informed. So yeah, hit that like and subscribe button. I'd appreciate it. I'm pretty sure it'll be a pretty interesting night later on. It's just a matter of time before these really start firing here in uh, southeast Nebraska, central Nebraska, eastern Nebraska. We can see where the boundary line is. If you are in, basically this area that is pretty much unstable atmosphere, you know, totally be weather aware. We are all in a severe thunderstorm watch out here until 4 a.m. If we have to be, you know, we'll definitely be here. And we will probably be the only ones that are probably live. I don't know if anybody else is, but more than likely probably not. So all right, we'll see if this is a little blip coming up just to the west of Blue Hill. We'll see if this actually you know, starts the fire going here. Sooner or later, this is all going to be exploding with thunderstorms. All right, so we'll kind of just stop it right there. So definitely have some family in Kearney, Hastings area. Right now, it's just there's nothing severe. It's just really just light to moderate rain right now. I don't think it'll really start to get going until, we get out here or, it's going to just explode somewhere in here with rapid development and then, you know, push east, northeast. So we'll just have to see what happens. This right here is southeast Nebraska, eastern Nebraska. This is northern Kansas. So we're seeing a lot of, so right now, everybody out here in eastern Nebraska, out toward, actually, this whole area is in a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. So definitely here in the next probably hour or two, we'll start to see some really rapid development happening out here. And then we'll just have to see what it does. So, so they did update the tornado risk. I think all of us are in that. I believe it's a 2%. It was either 2 or 5. Let's see what that was again. All right. So once again, if you are in this green section, this is our tornado outlook for the rest of the evening. 2% outlook, which is lining up kind of exactly what I was saying. I mean, this is totally unstable air right now. It's just a matter of development to northern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska. We'll see if it can get going, and if it does, we could get a quick tornado spin up. So this is our tornado outlook for basically the rest of the evening. Let's see, Carly. Hello again. We were with you on the last giant large wind front a week or two ago. We know how bad Lincoln will be hit. Had a really scary night last night with it in our car, power flashes. Yeah, it was power outages. Yep. Terrifying. It was pretty crazy. Remind me again what area you were. I think you were in, yeah, you are Lincoln. I do remember you. Thanks for tuning back in. Appreciate you. I'm trying to remember, all my subscribers. It's not a huge list, so the sooner you get onto subscribe, the more I'll remember you. So, yeah, definitely, be weather aware. Stay on the channel tonight, and I'll get you through it. Yeah, it was some pretty crazy weather this morning. It definitely hit you guys before it hit us. I think I went live um, as it was going through Lincoln. Um, so that was roughly about 4:45 to 5 o'clock this morning. So yeah, um, it was just kind of weird. I didn't even set an alarm. My body just kind of woke up. I have my studio going 24 hours a day. So I can just kind of look at the radar, keep everything, updated and posted. And I saw the warnings and, went live immediately. Hopefully some Lincoln people were watching, but I know a lot of Omaha, Sarpy, Douglas, Saunders, Lancaster, all you guys uh, really tuned in this morning. I had over 1,200 people, and hopefully I helped a lot of you guys out. So, appreciate the support. Send the stream out to people. Like tonight, I'm not going anywhere until these storms have really, you know, passed through at least, Lincoln, Omaha, going through Council Bluffs area. Um, yeah, we'll just see what happens. So no worries, Jaya. Um, Kick back and we'll just kind of ride this ride together and we'll see what happens. We are underneath a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. for Omaha, York, Grand Island, Lincoln, Hastings, Beatrice, Nebraska City, and southward. So, yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. Storm development should start to begin more rapidly toward like the Beatrice area, probably over the next hour. Um, that's what the models are saying. And of course, I can only report, what the models are saying to people. Um, Sometimes they're wrong and then I'm wrong. So we'll see. But this is pretty unstable atmosphere right now. Um, yeah, we're in that 2%, tornado outlook from the National Weather Service. So there could be a quick spin up somewhere. We'll just see if there's any discrete supercells that form and we'll go from there. But trust me, if it comes across my screen, I'll definitely let you guys know about it. Yeah, Carly, I definitely remember you now because we did have that storm. I think you are north. Now I'm trying to think what you said. Are you northwest of Lincoln or are you southeast of Lincoln? I think you were northwest of Lincoln, if I remember right. Something like that. But yeah, we definitely had that severe weather that night. So yeah, I definitely remember you logging on. I appreciate it. All right, so we're getting more people on here now. Appreciate everybody's support. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. If we go live, we want you to go live with us. You guys are family to me. Trying to keep everybody safe out here. There's a specific location you want me to look up, where you are. I can definitely do that. Um, so yeah, I'm definitely here for you guys. At the same time, this is what I love to do. This is what I enjoy. It's a hobby. It's almost like a job. I just don't get paid for it yet. That's all right. It's not about that. It's about everybody's safety out there and what I can do to help you. Right, so a new severe thunderstorm warning down just to the south of Holdridge in Nebraska. So we're looking at probably Alma. This is kind of what I was talking about earlier. If this continued, Alma was going to be in the path, and Franklin, if this still continues, Year in the Path, and then Red Cloud. I think this is really holding this border heading east across the Nebraska-Kansas line. So yeah, so once again, they're tagging it as quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, yeah, so it just keeps on moving east. You won't be able to. What are you talking about, Carly? You won't be able to. Mm. It definitely started to blow up a little bit more, so definitely more development, starting to pull out ahead of it. Sam, is there going to be storms in Omaha? There will be later on. There definitely will be later on. Do you think it was a chance of a tornado last night? We were told no, but really thought it was. No, it wasn't a tornado. Those were basically what are called like straight line winds. Just an extreme gust front, outflow boundary, whatever you want to call it. Um, those were straight line winds. So, they are just as powerful um, as a EF1 tornado. It's just one solid wind, coming through instead of the tornado vortex. Um, yeah, straight line winds can be just as damaging, if not more than, a low end EF1 tornado. So we definitely had over 90-mile-an-hour wind gust just north of the Omaha area. So yeah, it's all just straight line winds. I uh I put on my shorts, so if you guys go on my channel underneath my shorts on the video, um, you'll see kind of the damage that I endured here, actually at my house. Actually, during the last live stream, um, I actually took the camera outside, broadcasted everything, got out the chainsaw, trailer, and basically had to cut half of my tree because it totally just snapped. So, we experienced damage here. So yeah, it was definitely a crazy morning, definitely straight line winds. There were no tornado, over there in Branched Oak. A lot of those campers got turned over. I don't know if you know where Two Rivers is. It's just here outside of Omaha. We had a couple fatalities at Two Rivers. Um, so yeah, pretty devastating morning for some people. Mark, destruction, severe thunderstorm warning for 3-inch hail down in Colorado. Yeah, they've been having this a lot tonight. I mean, this is definitely nothing new. Colorado is definitely the hot spot for hail tonight. We had extremely, all right, here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Still ping pong size hail. There were large apple size hail. Um, oh, there we go. So yeah, 3-inch size large hail, destructive. That the only good thing about this is it's really in the middle of nowhere. I was stationed in the military out here. Um, there is literally nothing out here. So that is the only saving grace that it's not over Colorado Springs, it's not over Fountain Security area, it's not over, a major town. See, I can zoom in and there is absolutely nothing here. So if it wants to Apple hail here, go for it. Now, as long as you're not driving along here on Highway 71, which I hope you're not right now, um, everybody should be pretty good. The only ones that really need to worry if it really continues down to the east southeast um, is Haswell. I don't know the population. We can just put a little track on it and even just see what the population of Haswell is, because that is one I don't know. So total population of almost 70. So if you are definitely watching in Haswell, just be aware that, it's a little bit further out than 35 minutes because I only pinged it right there. But, you know, this is devastating hail. So just be aware. Yeah, there's many trees uprooted and snapped in my neighborhood. Yeah, do you mind, can you share what neighborhood that you're in? Um, yeah, definitely in West Omaha, down Gretna, Elkhorn, everywhere we can kick back out to, oops, we can kick back out to the east. So, you know, definitely, in this general area, I mean, that path was basically, let me see. I mean, it really started in here and went kind of up, but anywhere in here, I mean, received like huge, I mean, destructive winds. I mean, here at my place, like I said, here, I'll kind of show you. You can see where it says wind speed on mine. I mean, I hit 65 miles an hour, and that was just from, you know, my residence here. But anywhere further to the north, I mean, they did. Valley, Blair, just to the north of Omaha and Washington County, they had upwards of 90-mile-an-hour winds. I know Carla's down in Lincoln. I think they roughly had 70, I think it was 70, maybe a little over mile-an-hour winds down in Lincoln, maybe even 80 in some spots. So it just really depended on where you were, um, on how fast those winds were. Um, yeah, so I definitely know that they uprooted some trees. I do know that. Yeah, even down in Lincoln, I mean, it was like devastating. Those campers down at Branch Oaks, um, campers were flipped over. Um, are you in Elkhorn? Okay, cool. I'm actually like down the street from you. Off of 204th. So yeah, we probably experienced kind of the same things. You might have had a little bit stronger winds. The more north you went, the stronger the winds were. Um, so yeah, definitely a lot of power. And let me see. Let's check actually the power outages for around this area. See how many are still. Okay, so we still have a few. Let's see with this. So Saline County, roughly about 400 people. Um, we'll go to Lancaster, roughly, almost 7,500 people still without power in Lancaster. Uh, Carly, yeah, I totally get it. Um, we'll go up to, all right, they don't have, so Saunders County, which is like Ashland, Greenwood, uh, Wahoo area. Little over 1,100 people without power. Uh, Nothing in Sarpy County, Douglas County, the county of Omaha. Not bad. They still have about 3,800 people without power. Last year, a lot worse. I mean, it was almost to the day, a year ago that we had 90 plus mile an hour wind sweep through here, and it like destroyed a ton. People were without power um, for up to a week. So yeah, let's see in Washington County. Yeah, still almost 5,500 people in Washington County. So we still have a lot of power outages. So this storm that's going to be coming in is not going to help any. So yeah, it's not really. I don't think there's any power outages. So really, it really didn't start until Lancaster County and Saunders County, with those really destructive winds. So, and even a year ago, that's kind of where it started was Lincoln, out in this area, that's right kind of when I started live streaming. I didn't have a studio at that time. Um, so I was kind of at my kitchen table with my laptop and a monitor, trying to keep people safe and warn them that, hey, we have excess of 80, 90 mile an hour. And yeah, well, we kind of know how that ended up because I lost power. So that was kind of the end of the live stream, but hopefully it got out to where, um, yeah, people knew about that. Do you think the storm we had last night was stronger than the one we had a year ago? No, absolutely not. Nope, not by a long shot. A year ago was absolutely devastation. I'm not saying it wasn't devastating this time, but we didn't have nearly the winds that came through, Sarpy County, Douglas County, Saunders. Um, no, definitely not. A year ago was crazy. A year ago was definitely crazy. So no, definitely not. Last night, if you go along 204th, they always have the empty semi trailers or whatever, with advertisements on them. You go up and down, from Elkhorn down to Gretna, even down toward the outlet mall. They're all blown over again. It doesn't take much. Those are empty trailers and they're facing what? They're facing uh out of the west to the east, so they're facing north south, so you get that north wind and it just blows them right over. And still along 204th you see the semis, the back ends, the trailers blown over. And that's exactly what happened out at like Branched Oaks, out here at Two Rivers. I mean, people were camping. School starts next week for most people. People were probably out camping this weekend, and unfortunately, some lost their lives. Um, yeah, it's horrible. But anyway, if you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in. Hit that like and subscribe button. Um, yeah, we're just kind of talking about weather and the events that happened a year ago. Not too long ago, basically a month ago, a year ago. Uh, yeah, we had, destruction here. Once again, straight line winds of that was over 90 miles an hour. And that went a long way. That was a crazy afternoon. All right. So basically, a storm actually went right through here in Missouri. So I'm just kind of curious. 229 without power. They had some 60, 70 mile an hour winds out here just a little bit ago. And just kind of curious what was out there. Sam, the storm down near McCook is starting to look more organized. It's just going to take a little bit of something. As soon as it starts to hit some of this atmosphere, I mean, this is all unstable atmosphere right in here. I mean, we're talking Douglas, Saunders, Lancaster, all these counties out here down toward Grand Island and northern Kansas. Storms will definitely start to fire as this pushes more to the east. Storms will really start to develop down here. But yeah, good point. Just to the east of McCook, we still have this. So Beaver City, I probably guarantee you guys are seeing some hail right now, moving eastward into Alma. And then if this continues, which it probably will, it'll be into Franklin and then Red Cloud. Blue Hill is actually the National Weather Service radar that we're actually using right now. So cross your fingers, we don't get some major wind gusts and it knocks this tower out. So Yeah, we'll pray for the best right there because for tonight we kind of need all of our weather towers up. I don't know if Omaha Valley shut theirs down for a little while, but I know the Valley radar was down for a little bit, so I was praying it would be back up for tonight's storms to notify everybody. And as you see, thankfully it is. It's back up and running, and we can definitely use them. Mark, that storm that hit Quincy, Illinois had 70-mile-an-hour winds on it. Yeah, I was actually, yeah, you're right. It did because I was actually, I don't know if you were here earlier or not, but I was actually broadcasting that storm or tracking it. Looks like it's really dissipated now. There's nothing there. But yeah, it started actually out here, and by the time it hit Quincy, um, yeah, it just had that slight of a bow echo, which indicates, rapid more movement to the east. Uh, and yeah, it did. I kind of saw that weather report come in that it was 70 mile an hour. Yeah, thanks for seriously, thanks for that update. I appreciate it. Define bow shape. Bow shape is, let me kind of get back here a little bit. Let me see if I can find. All right, so just take this for an example. If you didn't have this, let me kind of zoom in a little bit for you. Say this isn't right here, okay? Say you draw this kind. So this is kind of like a bow. Just pretend it's a bow and arrow like this, and you're shooting the arrow out this way. So along this front right here is going to be a lot more gustier winds than basically back here. So your outflow boundary is going to be if this exceeds um, the wind is pushing out ahead of itself, you're going to get stronger winds out ahead of this than back here. So when I say it's bowing out, it's starting to bow and it's going to pick up speed. It can pick up rapid speed, 40, 50 mile an hour. Wind gust ahead of it could reach 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. It's just all of the bow echo that you see. So hopefully that explains what when I talk about bowing out, that's kind of what it means. If you just kind of think of a bow and arrow, the front part of this storm is bowing, so it's going to be probably gustier winds, but this is just kind of tracking normal right now because we're having the storm development ahead of it. So it's not really picking up speed. Right now, this speed is, I don't know, probably not that fast. Yeah, moving east at 20. So, but it's still hazard for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that would be ahead of the storm. So it's going to be sustained, moving at 20, but you're going to have those sustained or the gust front, you know, moving through at 60 miles an hour. So hopefully that explains. Yeah, it makes more sense now. Okay, good. Because I try to or explain it as simple I can, as I can be. Kind of like if you're a doctor, you're talking to a patient, talk in my terms, don't talk in medical terms. Uh, yeah. So I try to talk legit in terms that, people will know what I'm talking about. Carly, we live in York. Do you guys live in York? I thought you were in Lincoln. That's cool. Okay. Well, sorry. Maybe it was York, but we are in Lincoln tonight. Are you guys? Okay. Sam, that makes more sense. Mark, that storm should probably get at least a special weather statement or severe warning on it. Which one are you talking about? Are you talking the one right here in Norton? Because actually, they just put the severe thunderstorm warning out for Phillipsburg in Kansas, probably for this cell right here, which it's kind of funny because I was just talking about this and this just popped up. So, I kind of couldn't have timed that any better. So, Sam, you kind of made me look good by making me talk about this bow right here, because that's kind of what they're calling for is wind gusts of at least 60 miles an hour. Let's see, Carly, sorry, that was about remembering all your subscribers. Oh, that won't ever happen. You know what? You're right. Because the more and more and more and more and more I get, um, yeah, I won't know all of them, but trust me, you guys that are starting, fresh toward the beginning of the stream, I'll start to see your names more and more and more. So, you're right. I won't remember everybody, but there's a lot of you that I've already started to, that you guys subscribe and tune in on every single live stream. So, I have a pretty good memory. I can, I know who the regulars are. Not like it's a bad thing, but I'm just saying I know who the regulars are, and I hope to get to know everybody's name or at least recognize everybody's name. Mm. All right, Mark, there you go. So you just got your severe thunderstorm warning for Norton. Um, Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is probably, let me see, how fast is this one? Still probably, all right, so this is what I was talking about. Who was I talking to? Sam. Sam, so radar indicated a 50 mile an hour wind gust was reported 6 miles northeast of Omaha. That's what I'm talking about. When I say the bow, it's actually, ahead of this storm, even though you can't really see it, there's a gust front out here. So as this is pushing more east southeast, these winds are pushing forward. So that's why they put this warning out for Phillipsburg now, because probably that front is somewhere, if I would had to guess, probably right in here somewhere. So it's just ahead of the storm, but pushing forward. It may not be that far out. Um, but yeah, so as we're talking about it, you know, who knows? Maybe the National Weather Service is watching this stream. Who knows? Let me see, Carly, about the comment you said earlier about the different remembering us. Oh yeah, Uh, Mark, yes. Looks like that line of storm is still getting stronger. Yeah, I think so too. Seeing a little bit more purple in this storm. Sooner or later it's going to hug the border, and then it's really going to make a turn to the left. So basically back to the north. We'll just have to see where that, what we can do is see if they have updated. Let's go ahead and take off the power outages symbols really quick. Let me see. Let's just see if they've done any updating over the last hour or so. All right, so this is starting off at 10 o'clock, which it's a little bit more advanced than this. So as you see, they say this is 10 o'clock, it's 10:30. So, okay. All right. So look at that. At 12 o'clock, there massive explosion, northern Kansas. It should make a V line like right there. So unfortunately, yeah, it's after about one after midnight. Um, this is making a rapid V line to the north, Beatrice, Lincoln, Nebraska City, and it's probably going to keep going until it hits that boundary line up there. Um, we'll have to see with the purple, you know, I don't know. This is only a model, and I can only go off of kind of what I see. But, in here I do see hail. I see extremely gusty winds, a lot of rain as it moves northeast. I don't think it's going to die off that rapidly as it has it. I think we're still going to get some pretty strong thunderstorms, maybe 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Uh, it's going to be an early wake up call for some people. Um, but yeah, I think it'll hit in the Omaha area, probably. I don't think it'll be 3 o'clock in the morning. I think it'll be sooner, but we'll just have to wait and see. But definitely some explosion time in the next just couple hours. We'll just have to wait. I'm waiting for all this down in Kansas to really start get going and then head to the north. That's what I'm waiting for. So this is probably the start of that line is right here. So we'll have to wait and see. Perry, hey, good to see you. Is North Omaha in the path of that? Sooner or later it is. I mean, it just depends on what time it is. Um, Once again, Omaha, Lincoln areas, we are underneath a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. I think, it's going to be in the Lincoln, Omaha metro. I'm guessing anytime after 2. I don't think, I think they're going to advance more rapidly to the north than what the models are saying. So I don't think it's going to be an all-nighter. It's going to be a late night, but I don't think it's going to be an all-nighter. But some people who go to sleep, they're going to get an early morning wake-up call. We'll just have to see, uh, how fast that development goes down in northern Kansas, and then how fast it makes a left-hand turn and shoots north, through Beatrice, Lincoln, and up toward Douglas County. So, Omaha is in the path. We'll just have to wait and see how strong it is when it gets here and if there's any warnings. Um, I saw a lot of purple on that map. I mean, it's really unstable air. York, Lincoln, Nebraska City, as it pushes north, you know, we'll have to wait and see. Carly, Perry, yeah, it will be later. Yeah, exactly. Perry, thank you. Carla, of course, stay safe. Perry, of course, you as well. And everyone else. Yeah, we definitely need everybody to stay safe. Sam, I just went outside and it is thick and humid. Yeah, Sam, that's what we were just talking about earlier. Um, yeah, you guys just look at the humidity. I mean, humidity is 93%. And dew point is still at, roughly basically 76 degrees. That is total air that you can just cut with a knife. I mean, 93% humidity and 76 degrees and dew point. It's absolutely horrible. I'm not even outside and I can feel it. Right now, we still have, northeast winds at basically calm, 2 miles, point two, so not even a mile an hour. So it's extremely calm here right now, which that's what's making it feel. I mean, there's no air movement to move this air. It is like so still right now that it's horrible. Let's see. Sam just went outside. Yep, it's thick. Mark said it is very humid in northern Missouri. Is that where you are, Mark? Are you in northern Missouri? Because I was actually covering Missouri earlier. My next door neighbor is actually in Missouri at the state fair, so I was just kind of making sure everything was good there. But I know where she's actually staying, and the storms were roughly probably an hour, hour and a half from her, so she was good and safe. Sam, it is hotter than normal. It's Sam 93%. Yeah, it's crazy humid out there. That's one of those where your clothes just kind of stick to you. So once again, thanks everybody for tuning in. If you haven't already, please hit that like and subscribe button. I'm probably one of the only ones that are broadcasting live tonight. it's fine. I'm not just out there for the tornadoes and everything else. I usually go live for, severe events, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, Kansas, Colorado. Um, I'm definitely a Midwestern, born and raised here in Eastern Nebraska. So I think all these even severe weather events, you know, should let people know. It's not just about the most serious weather of tornadoes and stuff like that. Weather's important to people, and that's why I'm here. So definitely hit that like and subscribe button, and whenever I go live, hit that bell icon. And whenever I go live, I want you guys to go live with me. So yeah, thanks for the support to everybody. I appreciate it. All right, so somebody is now getting a severe thunderstorm warning once again back down into Colorado. Man, Colorado has just been getting pounded in the same area, but thankfully enough, this area is wide open. So they do have a tornado possible signature on this. Come on, get off of here. All right, so possible tornado label signature, golf ball size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So now what I'm looking at here is roughly this hook echo coming around right in here, because you have your hook echo there, then you have your inflow notch right there for your inflow winds. So that's kind of what I'm looking for when they say, possible tornado label, looking for the hook echo. So now what I do, switch to velocities and see. Definitely. So I think this needs to be updated here. I think it's a frame behind. Where I'm looking is down here, unless this is a total rain wrapped tornado. There isn't obvious. I mean, definitely broad rotation, and that's probably why they're saying just a tornado label possible. Definitely broad rotation. This would be actually more rotation than that's clear air. So there is nothing there. All right. So just had another severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see where that is. It could be back up in Nebraska. Yep. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning. As I was saying earlier, they probably just continued that one. So for Alma, just to the west of Franklin, um, still showing quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, expires in 33 minutes. Markets turn in. Let me see. I'm tuning in from Eastern Missouri. That's where I'm at. Oh, I get you. Anna, will we possibly see Naders in Omaha tonight? Don't hold your breath. I'm not counting on it. I don't see any, you know, we are in a 2% risk, per the National Weather Service. The SPC has us in a 2% risk. We're on the very extended border. You know, of course, tornadoes can spin up at any time, but in reality, if it would happen, it would be just a quick spin up, probably nothing major, may not even touch the ground, maybe a quick funnel. I'm not expecting really any tornadoes. Now, now saying that, I'll probably look like a liar and we'll get some tornadoes, but we'll have to see if there's discrete supercells ahead of this, line once it starts firing, you know, we could see a quick spin up, but I'm not truthfully, for the Omaha area, I'm not seeing it. I see more wind because by the time it reaches up toward the, Omaha, Sarpy, Cass County, I think it's going to be more of a wind threat, kind of like this morning, but not as severe. So I think if any tornadoes would actually happen, it would be actually down here in basically southern Nebraska, Um, yeah, maybe Fairbury, Crete over in this area. So I'm not expecting any. So, exactly. Knock on wood. I'm I'm not I'm not expecting any. Even though the atmosphere is like ripe for severe storm development, I see more of a hail threat and a wind threat than I do a tornado threat. All right, so let's hit that. Hopefully, everybody who was on has hit that subscribe button. I would love to make 200 subscribers tonight. I was just kind of short by, when I went live this morning, I picked up 55 subscribers. Everybody was tuning in. Everybody who's tuning in today, hit that like and subscribe button. I would love to make that 200 goal mark tonight, um, and just keep building. So I appreciate everybody's support. Uh, yeah, and let's get through these storms tonight. Mark, what does tomorrow look like for storms? Let's take a quick peek. Let's look at the outlook for day 2. Whoops. All right, so we're gonna look at day 2 just in general. All right, so this is kind of the general outlook. All right, I'm gonna have to go back to that. We have a tornado warning, probably in Nebraska. So give me 2 seconds, Mark. Remind me here in just a minute. Ah, come on, Steve. Right. So we do have a tornado warning. Let's see. So this is radar indicated. Let's see where this actually is. Basically, it's dead smack. So we have green going toward the radar and red's going away. So this is actually our rotation right in here. So even though Alma, if you're not directly in the path of this, I would definitely get in your safe place just in case this makes an immediate left-hand turn. Franklin, you are down the road in the path of this. Um, Nothing showing up in Kansas. Really, there's nothing out here. Um, I'm just seeing this is basically the rotation where I see it. Right, so there's the next, kind of looking right in here is where we're looking. So definitely, is that Harlan County Lake. So if you're in Harlan County Lake, seek shelter, get into your safe place, lowest level possible. Republican City, you are just to the north, but you're still in the warned area. Get in your safe place. Um, Lowest level possible. Lowest level possible in your home or building. Um, this is basically right along. This is kind of what I was talking about when Anna was talking about tornadoes. I really see a lot more of the tornado action further south than I do north. So definitely, let me see. So that would definitely be down in this area if there was one. So it's just down to the south of basically, so basically it's probably in Kansas. When they do the Warren box, of course, the polygon is bigger. So just in case it makes an immediate, left-hand turn, they have to warn. So I think it's hugging right along the border, Kansas, Nebraska. Here comes the latest radar sweep. So we'll get a better information where this is. Sirens are probably going off in Omaha. How close to the tornado warning are they? Um, well, the actual tornado warning, I mean, it's like not even probably 2 miles away. I mean, if we Yeah. So about 2 miles from the warning. That's why I'm like, it doesn't matter if you're outside of that warning, seek shelter, get in your safe place. The storm could make an immediate left hand, turn. We just don't know. Tornadoes are just kind of weird like that. So let's go back to velocities. Yeah. So you have your greens going away. So we're definitely looking at rotate. Okay, so basically right in here is basically where I'm looking. That's kind of where the stronger winds are. So it's basically hugging the border. And we actually have another, small rotation cell down here. We have two areas of rotation in this area. Um, this sweep just has to progress. So I wouldn't be too worried about that north. It's basically in here is where they're looking. So yeah, so if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter, Harlan County Lakes, Republican City, even if you're in Alma, you know, Bloomington and Franklin, I would be really keeping your eyes open on this storm right here. Definitely moving your way. Let's see how fast. I didn't even see. So it expires in 8 minutes. Let me see. So it's moving east at 30. So let's see if they continue this. But, there was definitely a little rotation there. So it's just radar indicated. So we'll have to see. All right. So a huge severe thunderstorm warning. Uh, basically just got issued for basically the towns I was just talking about. So Franklin, Red Cloud, Blue Hill, where the radar site's coming from, Smith Center, down toward Phillipsburg. I think it was Mark or Sam. This is what I was talking about with these storms, starting to bow out. So they're making the severe thunderstorm warning bigger because these are really rapidly moving to the east now. So there was the last radar sweep right there. Let's see. How close warning? So about 2 miles. Yeah, most likely, Sam. Uh, on the correlation coefficient, there might be a tornado on the ground. I didn't. Let's get that off of there. Get that off of there. I actually think that's just clean air, reflective. I mean, right down here is where I was talking about that other little cell down here. If that's where you're talking, Sam, well, So it's already basically passed. There could have been a small little touchdown back there. That's where I said we had like double kind of rotations. There was a little rotation down there. I mean, there could have been a quick, and that's what I was talking about, little quick spin ups. I mean, this only has probably just a couple more minutes. There's nothing. Yeah. Okay. So they just kind of shrunk that tornado warning right there. That's pretty clean air space in there. So I'm not seeing any definite rotation, between the reds and the greens. So you have your greens going toward the radar, reds going away. There's not really, and that's clean air. So when you make your call, you got to look in this clean slot right in here. So even if you see, red and greens, tight together, there's nothing there. There's no rain there. There's nothing there. So basically the only place that, they're looking is more down, you know, down in this area. And even then there's nothing tight down there. So I think they will probably let this expire once it's done. Let me see. SAM correlation on the ground. Yeah, I've already wrapped up. Already wrapped it up. The severe thunderstorm warning is warned for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts now. Are you talking the big polygon? Yeah, it sure is. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. This is what I was talking about. I think it was Mark. It was either Mark or Sam. I think it was Mark. I was explaining, the bow echo. Well, this is kind of a exactly the scenario panned out to where, this whole line right here, is going to race eastward and it's going to be packing a punch. So 70, 75 mile an hour is not out of the question for this line of storms. We'll just still have to keep an eye on this tornado warning. Still radar indicated, really no hail with it, and expires in 3 minutes. But even then, I am not seeing. Yeah, see, it's clean air. So I am not seeing anything that would let this tornado keep going or a tornado warning keep going. So if I'm right, they will allow it to expire in probably 2 minutes because there's nothing there. Yeah. Back here, just actually to the west of this tornado warning, actually in almost 6 miles northeast of Almena, Kansas. Sorry, we're in Kansas. Um, they had a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust, so almost 60-mile-an-hour wind gust back here. Probably some hail along with that, but yeah, 59-mile-an-hour wind gust back here. All right, so there's the latest scan. Let's look one more time. I probably won't see anything. Yeah, so there's nothing but clean air in there, even with the updated. So I am pretty confident they're just going to let this expire. You know, there is 70-mile-an-hour plus winds along this. I don't think. I mean, all right, let's see where that. All right. So just another severe thunderstorm warning. Once again, down in Colorado, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, Haswell. So if you're in Haswell, um, expect quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And you even have some storms basically more out to your west. Lime size hail, 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. So if you're in Haswell, uh, definitely be on the lookout for that cell right there. All right, we're gonna go back over to ours really quick. All right. So if I'm right, they will allow this to expire. All right, there we go. So the main thread along this line right now is up to 75-mile-an-hour winds. Well, 70, 75-mile-an-hour winds. So quarter size hail, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. So if you are still in Franklin, Phillipsburg, Smith Center, Red Cloud, Blue Hill, this line is rapidly heading towards you. Um, Logan, you guys are already getting hit down there. And you guys aren't even in a warning. So it's just so happens the polygons. So even if you're not in a warning, get it an interior part of your house because there's probably extremely heavy rains, if not a little bit of hail in this. But definitely some gusty winds that just came through you guys. Right. All right, and even outside of the warned area, um, Minden up through east side of Kearney now, Holdridge. You guys are getting some rain. Lexington, you're getting some rain up there. So more of this development, as we were seeing on the models, is really going to be once it hits in this area. All right, so there's our first little blip. This is actually what I was waiting for is this little blip because this little blip is going to turn into something. Mark my words. It may look pretty small right now, but this little blip is what I was waiting for. All right, so now really the moisture and the rapid development is going to come up, from the south, and this area in here is going to see some pretty should see pretty rapid development, over the next hour, 2 hours. So that's what I was actually waiting for right there. All right, everybody who's here, stay here. I'm gonna quick take a 30-second break. I've been drinking a lot of water. Even from this morning, the throat is pretty sore. So, but yeah, I'm just trying to drink a lot of water and stay with it. So give me about 30 seconds and I will be right back. Mark, I see the severe thunderstorm warning got upgraded to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, it did. It got, it did a little bit ago. I think Sam was telling me, somebody told me earlier that it got upgraded to 70 mile an hour. But yeah, it's definitely going to push forward, but this little blip right here is actually what I was looking for because this is going to be the start of rapid development with the storms. So, everybody, just give me a little bit of time. I will be right back. All right. That little blip is getting bigger. So every storm has to start off with a little blip. Because that little blip is going to turn into something big. All right. If you guys are just joining us, thanks for tuning in tonight. Live weather coverage, eastern Nebraska, northern Kansas, severe weather threat tonight. Hit that like and subscribe button. Trying to make 200 subscribers tonight. Really just been hitting this hard just over the last couple of months. I've been live streaming well, I've had live stream going for about a year, but only over the last couple of months have I really kicked it in pretty hard. So yeah, hit that like and subscribe button. Um, we're definitely here for all weather events. All right, we have another tornado warning. Let's see where this is. This is down in Kansas. All right, so this is radar indicated tornado warning with golf ball size hail. There's some really strong winds in here. Right. So according to where they're kind of looking is actually right in here. Now this new scan is going to come in and totally ruin everything. which that would actually still almost line up. So, there could be a little bit of rotation in this area right here. Um, Definitely some wind gusts. I mean, I see purple in here, so that's like, yeah, I don't think that it's 118 miles an hour. That's, what it says. Oh, 96. It's really broad rotation that's in there. All right, so just had a report just out of Hastings, Nebraska, that they are starting to hear thunder out there already. Um, yeah, it's really broad rotation. I'm not seeing any hardcore, back here. It's broad, but it's here, and it would be traveling, down to the southeast. About the only spot that I can really detect that there's rotation right there. So that is a lot of hail. So a lot of this up here, that is a hail spike. That is a lot of hail up there. So the north side of these storms are going to produce a lot of hail. So Haswell, you are definitely seeing some hail up there. No, I mean it's trying. I mean, it would be down in this area down here if there was, because you have your basically your hook coming down, your inflow notch coming in, and it would be right there, but it's not strong. Definitely gustier winds on the north side. So basically radar indicated, let me see. Line of storm is trying to produce a tornado to that needs a new tornado warning. Is there? I don't think one went off, did it? Am I concentrating on Colorado too much? Colorado, this is pretty much in the open. Let me just make sure there's really nowhere. All right. So in reality, there is nothing out here, even if there was a tornado. So I'm going to kind of not disregard it, but you guys know what I'm saying. There is nothing out here. Um, Wiley, you are the closest thing to this little spin up. Um, so yeah, if it proceeds and continues, we'll go back to it. But a lot of people are really here. All right, there's another severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. I'm not sure where that one. Right there it is. All right. So once again, it's back over here in Colorado, which is wide open territory. So we're going to head back over to Nebraska, Kansas. Man, look at that line. That is crazy. All right. So yep, Hastings definitely uh just south of Hastings. I could definitely we have family out in Hastings. My sister-in-law's out there, already reported hearing some thunder. So that's definitely to their south. Um, line is rapidly developing. Minden, Gibbon, sorry, Gibbon. Um, definitely rapid development. This is what I was talking about when I was like, there is going to be a point in time where it's going to rapid, develop into the storms, and it's going to start happening. We'll put this into motion. Everybody can kind of see this is definitely here's a gust front, pushing out in these storms. So it could be even exceeding about 70 mile an hour on this gust front. I don't see any lighter pixels in there just yet, but I will not be surprised here before too long. All right, so a severe thunderstorm warning did allow to expire. That was for Alma, but now Phillipsburg, Smith Center, Red Cloud, Franklin, and Blue Hill. You guys are still in this severe thunderstorm warning here. All right, so kind of rapid development down toward Fairbury. This started off as a little blip, and every little blip is going to grow. So yeah, it's just a matter of it went from nothing to something. So and I believe this is actually even pushing northward. So I think a lot of these storms, once they really start get going, they're going to push more rapidly to the north than I think the models are thinking. That is my prediction. These storms are really going to start hitting this thick, moist, juicy air. Humidity at like 98% right now. Dew points are in the high 70s. It's really going to get going here pretty soon. Okay, so still having weather reports out here. So here's a 58 mile an hour report, 4 miles southeast of Long Island, Kansas. We'll come up to this one still. Woodruff, Kansas, 57 miles an hour. What's that one in there? Um, all right, that's 58. I'm trying to get to this one. So here's an 80 mile an hour, 86 mile an hour wind gust in Long Island, Kansas. That is crazy. So this is kind of what I was talking about when I was talking about the bow echo here, a little while ago. When this thing starts to bow out, it's really going to produce some gusty winds. And yeah, if this ends up, kicking in and heading off to the north, that is really not what we need tonight. All right, if you guys are just joining us, don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. We are covering these storms, Nebraska and Kansas, basically for the most part. Colorado has seen, its share of storms tonight, but there are a lot in the wide open area to where there is nothing around. Really quick, they do have a tornado warning, radar indicated. It is legit in the middle of nowhere. And there's not even really strong rotation with this. Um, so here's another possible tornado label, $half size, possible tornado label that's still associated with this cell, tennis ball size hail. You know, beside Haswell, it's to the south as Haswell. There is nothing out here. Ordway, you could be in the path of this cell. Um, But yeah, just be weather aware if you're out here in Colorado, because it's really, yeah, just a lot of hail and wind out there. All right, we're gonna head back up here. So this massive line is really starting to take shape now. So starting to get some cell development, even to the east of Hastings, south of York. We're starting to get that development to the west of Beatrice. Um, I believe this is Pawnee, yeah, Pawnee City down here, Tecumseh, which is Johnson County. So we're going to start seeing some development down here associated with this, and it's going to make a rapid move up to the northeast. So since we're not fully with YouTube yet, and we don't have our 1,000 subscribers for super chats or anything through YouTube, we do have new our Venmo and PayPal account. Um, if anybody wants to donate to the channel, we're looking at getting better camera equipment. I have this one, Live Skycam, but I want to get, better equipment for you guys. I want to put a camera out actually in Kearney, possibly one in Hastings, so we can get better live coverage footage of what's going on out there. Um, so anyway, if anybody wants to donate and help support the channel, it's all good. But even just that simple like and subscribe totally helps out the channel tremendously. It just gets this stream out to more people. All right. Um, we'll take a look at motion on this cell again. It's definitely advancing, through Phillipsburg. Definitely is bone out. Right. So winds are like absolutely calm here in Omaha. Let me switch over again. So we're at 77 degrees. So the dew point actually is just under. When the dew point and the temperature match, it feels horrible. Uh, so humidity back to 94%. Winds are absolutely calm. Last known reading was out of the northwest, but winds are nothing here. So it will definitely change later on again. Here on a little bit bigger map, right? We're going to start to get a line right here from. It's kind of weird because I think they predicted that it was going to really form more down here in Kansas and push up, but this line is forming. You know, Kansas will still see some down here, but I think this line is going to start forming right here on the Nebraska side and rapidly grow and push northward. I had said that earlier. That was my gut feeling, and I think it's going to pay off. Angie, thanks for that report out of Hastings. Appreciate it. Ah, that's horrible. So, if you live in Nebraska, you got to be a Husker fan. You should be 100% through and through Husker fan. So, two Huskers suffered season-ending knee injuries today during practice. Man, come on, guys. Anyway, now this is yeah, it was it on the D line or O line? Who was it? Unbelievable. Haven't even started football yet, and everybody's getting hurt already. Uh, all right, you guys can see this line really starting to please look at the Boeing segment. Oh, I know. It's going to rapidly intense, from this line. This is Nebraska line. I said that was just a little blip earlier or a bloop, whatever I called it. That's what I was waiting for development. All right, we're going to switch back to I kind of like this other screen a little bit better for you guys. Okay, so now they're putting a possible tornado label signature on this with quarter size hail and up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. So with this gust front that's pushing through, like I was telling Anna earlier, you know, I feel more comfortable in saying the tornado threat is more likely in the south because this bow echo, and we can see a lot of, let me just stop this for a second. We can see a lot of inflows. So, you know, this one right here, we could see in there, inflow coming in. Definitely see something in there. Same in this area here, inflow. There, as I'm doing this, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a lot of notches that can form in these bow lines. QLCS. It's a long line of thunderstorms that can get these hook echoes in them and do a quick spin up really quick. So, all right, new severe thunderstorm warning for an extremely large area. This is for quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this will probably take this place of this one that expires in 3 minutes. So they just extended this. So this will be for Franklin, Red Cloud, Smith Center, let's see, Downs, Osborne, Stockton, Plainville. Those are all the towns anywhere from Kansas back up into Nebraska. So a huge severe thunderstorm warning. Um, yeah, this is definitely a pretty good line, Bowen right there. You know, definitely, pushing east, southeast. This whole line is going kind of like that. So then we're, of course, getting more rapid development, um, more rapid development out here, along the state lines, pushing northward. So this is kind of not what we wanted to see, but if you're into severe weather and whatever, it's what you want to see. Mm. Yeah, Mark, you're right. I mean, you can just kind of see it through the loop there. Definitely intensifying right, out here with that bow, but it's still in Kansas, but definitely this whole entire segment is going to blow up and start pushing to the north, northeast. why I truly think that, Lincoln, Omaha, areas in there, York, um, I think was it Carla or Carly? Carly's in York. I think she's in Lincoln tonight, she said, but lives in York. So here comes some like purple action starting, in Fairbury. So that's indicating strengthening of the cell. Um, could be possible starting hail. All right, so we have another severe thunderstorm warning somewhere. All right, go figure. It's back down in Colorado again. All right, Colorado, your tornado warning was allowed to expire. I kind of figured it would. I didn't see any strong rotation in that. There was a little, but nothing strong. So we do have ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Just for Ordway, we were kind of talking about them earlier. So ping pong sized hail up to 60-mile-an-hour wind. So this is north of Rocky Ford. Rocky Ford. Um, Kind of want to see if is it heading to the south? Actually, it's heading more east. So Rocky Ford, you'll be clear of this storm. Uh, Haswell, I don't think you can catch a break right now. I mean, it's just kind of developing right over you. Still $half size hail just to the west. So looks like, but we've dropped down to 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. So um, for Colorado. So they'll be all right for a little bit. All right, so we had one of ours also drop off, but we have this massive severe thunderstorm warning uh, for this line of severe thunderstorms that's going to rapidly develop and push northward. So it looks like Hastings, uh, seeing some pretty good thunder, lightning, or seeing lightning, hearing thunder. All right, just had another warning. Jeez. All right, Colorado, I kind of figured that. All right, so they put a possible tornado label signature on this, tennis ball size hail, up to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Well, there could be. With some pretty, little bit of strong rotation right here. We have a 60, 65 mile an hour. It drops down to that. So a little bit of rotation. It's not strong, but there is definitely a little bit of rotation in that area. So I'm gonna see. So yeah, so where that area would be and when and rotation wise would actually be in here. So that's the small rotation that they put the tornado label signature on is for right there. All right, let's head back east. And we see a whole bunch of red. All right, we'll put this back in motion again. So definitely this is really going to start forming down here. This is kind of where I thought it was earlier. I had that line drawn like this. Yes, you can't see the whole screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, rapid development on the state line moving north. We're going to have development all in this area in here. It's going to be pushing on to the northeast. So sooner than later. Like they were calling for 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. I thought it was moving a little bit faster than that, and these storms are definitely pushing to the north, northeast. Just kind of hope that this Blue Hill radar will still keep going. Right, so if you're in Fairbury, you probably just got dumped on by some rain. Beatrice here pretty soon. You should probably start seeing some lightning, maybe hearing a little bit of thunder. Pawnee City, Tecumseh area, maybe hearing a little bit of thunder, seeing a little bit of lightning down there. Nothing is registered for lightning yet, but these storms are pretty much rapidly developing. So, right. For everybody who's just joining us, thank you for tuning in tonight for the storm coverage. Kansas and basically eastern Nebraska. We have storms rapidly developing. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. It helps me out, helps the channel out, get it out to more people. But that's as simple as you just have to do. Subscribe and like to the channel, and you're totally helping us out. Um, yeah, looking at this big complex of severe storms, half Nebraska, half Kansas in here. Rapid development down on the Nebraska side, pushing to the north. All right, we have another warning once again down toward Colorado. We'll do a quick look at this one. $half size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Um, so I see Brandon, uh, Sheridan Lake, and Towner. You guys are all in the path of this storm. So Brandon, Sheridan Lake, and Towner, you guys are in this storm. You could see up to $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So this storm is actually moving to the northeast at 35 mile an hour. All right, we'll head back over here really quick. Right. So yeah, we are definitely seeing lightning starting to form Fairbury, Beatrice area. So these are rapidly growing. All right, both screens. One screen is kind of different than the other one, so I have to keep looking and adjusting. So definitely have some lightning starting along the Nebraska boundaries, heading north. This is all going to start to be one huge complex and push to the north. Right. So once again, thanks for everybody for tuning in. So appreciate it. Hit that like and subscribe button. We're going to be here for most of the evening covering these storms. I know a lot of people in eastern Nebraska um, are probably watching this evening. So hang in there with us. We'll definitely get you through the night with these severe weather warnings. So far, other than this, big one, we don't have any quite yet, but probably see that changing here pretty soon. Hastings, you should probably be seeing some rain here shortly, at least on the south side of Hastings. Sutton, you guys should start to see some storms starting to roll into Sutton. Geneva, we have family members just in Geneva, so this is probably just on the outskirts of her over there. She's probably hearing some thunder and lightning. Um, see, down Fairbury, uh, Deschler, Hebron, Nelson, you guys are probably, at least hearing something, uh, seeing some flashes of lightning. You guys are all definitely in the path going, eastward. This is going to start flattening out and not heading so much to the southeast, but it's going to basically go east and then it's going to make a rapid turn to the northeast. RH, what's going on? Thanks for tuning in tonight. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is one massive line of severe thunderstorms. So really hope, if you know anybody in the path of these storms, share the stream, give them a call. Hopefully everybody's watching um, and getting updates. I assume I'm probably the only live streamer on tonight because, it's not severe enough for other live streamers to go on. So, but everybody who's in the path of these storms, needs to know that this is coming. Once again, I'll bring up really quick. We are in a severe thunderstorm watch right now until 4 a.m. This is the watch area. What it includes, it does include Potawatomi in Iowa, Douglas, Sarpy, Cass, Odo, Lancaster, Saunders, um, you know, Johnson County, Pawnee City, Richardson County, all these counties out here in Nebraska. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm watch until 4 a.m. I really don't think, you know, I mean, I have a feeling this is going to push more eastward than southeastward, is my guess. And all of these is going to be, this whole area in here will probably see some pretty rapid development and push it off to the northeast. So anyway, once again, severe thunderstorm watch is for another 4 hours, 18 minutes, which leads it to 4 a.m. Mm. Right, so we're kind of just waiting for these storms to really start hitting this environment up here. And I think all these will become, one cluster that's going to, kind of form, something like this. I think these will all, get together basically. Sorry, you guys can't see that. think these all will come together, and that's where your other, cell development, possibly a quick spin up or something, but more likely your tornado spin ups are going to be along this. All right, so looks like another weather report came in. So 71 mile an hour wind gusts. Phillipsburg Airport down in Kansas. That's in Phyllis County. Um, per the airport. Once again, this is pretty incredible out here. An 86 mile an hour wind gust, 4 miles east southeast of Long Island, Kansas. We should see if there's like power outages going on down here. Right, we're going to wait on the power outages. I do have that map up, and sure enough, there is power outages, but we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning with what what I was just saying. Possible, if you're going to get a quick spin up, it's going to be along that line. So we do have a possible tornado signature, 1 inch, quarter size hail, and up to 70 mile an hour winds. Um, let's take a quick peek. Right, so looking at right there for possible rotation, a little bit of rotation right there, which would line up with that pretty good. Um, Gotta exit out that for a second. Really don't see any other spots. So basically, it would be on the Nebraska side, and it would actually be right here. So basically, just east of Franklin and west of Red Cloud. Be kind of their rotation. All right, I heard another severe thunderstorm warning go out. It's probably over in Iowa again. Oh, back toward Pueblo. Well, that just keeps getting further and further back. So, all right, so back in so just south of Fountain Security, south of Colorado Springs, Pueblo in a severe thunderstorm warning, quarter size hail up to 60 mile an hour winds. So it looks like the progress of this is probably east, maybe slightly southeast. All right, we're going to go back over. As you see, there are some power outages from that almost, 80 mile an hour wind gust. So we'll check on this county first. So this is down in Kansas. 94 people are out. We'll go with this one. Little over 1,500 people out with that wind gust that came through with about 80, what was it, 86 mile an hour wind gust. So a little over 1,500 people without power. So we'll keep track on these. Here's the outlook, or not really outlook. Here's what's still going on. Eastern Nebraska, Lincoln, almost 7,400 people still without power. A little over 1,000 people in Seward County. Uh, Saline County, 346, and up toward Washington County, little over 1,100. So we still have some significant power outages up here from this morning. Um, we'll go back to library. We'll take that off really quick. if we have to, we'll keep looking at that power outage map to see, keep everybody up to date on power outages. And if you guys have anybody, in these areas, let them know, hey, this is coming. And hopefully, it won't be as bad as maybe some people, think it will. But I still think this line will really get going down here, and this whole cluster is going to make a left-hand turn and start heading north. Like a little bit of development just south of Lincoln. So it looks like just west and south of Lincoln. Here pretty soon, we'll be able actually to pick it up on Valley radar, which we do, but it's just a further radar out. Um, I'd rather Blue Hill right now, closer together, more accurate readings. Tons of lightning with these storms. Tons of lightning. Yeah. All right, so nothing's really changed here yet with temperatures right now in Omaha, 77 degrees, dew point 75 degrees. So it feels like 80 out right now still. And humidity is at 93%. Even if you walked outside right now, your like clothes would stick to you. Flesh Harvest. Don't mind my username. It's an old YouTube channel and I had for my band, but I'm in Lincoln. Can we see a tornado chance? Very slim tornado chance. Um, but I appreciate you tuning in, Flesh. Appreciate that. Um, like I was telling you probably just tuned in, which is awesome. Be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. I was telling even I think it was Anna before. I see more of the tornado threat down here where where it is down on the border. Um I'm not saying that there can't be a quick spin up in a discrete cell. Uh I see more of a wind threat. The more north this gets, I see more of a wind threat, heavy rain, wind, possibly a hail threat, than a tornado threat. The tornado threat, as I see on the borders right now, I mean we're having an outflow boundary going out with over 70-mile-an-hour winds, and with that being said, you could get a quick spin up. Um, with this, concept. But once it starts to turn more to the north and head up toward York, Lincoln, Nebraska City, Omaha area, I think it's really going to start bowing out more and be more of a wind threat. So, no, I don't, you know, and I can't rule it out. I can't say no, 0%, nothing. No, it's not going to happen. We have total unstable atmosphere right here. um, I just don't see it happening. I see, like I said, more of the gusty winds, hail, heavy rain. more than a hail, so or more of a tornado threat. So, but the outlook, shows a 2% over us. So, you got to kind of look at it that way. So there could be a quick spin up, but I'm not counting on it. But thanks for the question. Thanks for asking. You said you're in where? You're in Lincoln? Yeah. I got a couple people watching from Lincoln tonight. I appreciate all of you tuning in. Like I said, if you guys are new to the channel, hit that like and subscribe button. I so appreciate it. Um, I am more than happy to cover these storms. Uh, yeah, whenever. I'm gonna try to, when I do have a full-time job, but when I'm not doing my full-time job and I have my spare time, this is, what I plan on doing. Growing the channel, getting out to you know, my subscribers. You guys are like family. So uh we're gonna be here during severe weather season. We're gonna be here during blizzards. Um, we're gonna be here for everything. So be sure you hit that like, subscribe, the bell icon every time I go live. You guys are going to go live with me. So let's do it. So yeah, it's definitely a pretty nasty looking cell down there. We could kind of look at some rain amounts that have happened. It looks like it's really moving kind of quick. So, it looks like heavy rain and there is, rain behind it, but like really how much. All right, so I see one little spot. All right, so we have one spot, little spot, that's a little over 3 inches. So there is a lot of rain in these. And that was just the one little pixel that I really saw that stood out was the orange one. Um, so if we just took like a variety, 2 inches, 2.5 inches, inch and a half, what's a green? Down here, an inch, 3/4 of an inch. So it looks like there's going to be another line that's going to start forming for the heavy rains amount. So you can kind of see that one coming up toward Hastings. So they've already seen, over an inch and a half of rain just on the south side of Hastings, almost 2 inches of rain. So it's kind of crazy. This stuff really adds up, fairly fast. But as you can see, this is where that heavy rain is just kind of setting up, is right here. All right, we'll go ahead and put this back into motion again. So still a huge convergence of a line of thunderstorms, reaching from almost York down through Hastings. What do we have? Hastings down toward Phillipsburg, down in Kansas, down trying to get something. Stockton and Plainville. So definitely I'm gonna zoom in. If you know anybody down here in Kansas, so we're talking Smith Center, Jewel, Downs, uh Calker, is it Cocker City, Glen Elder, any of these Osborne, you know, this is a pretty nasty system that's heading your way. So even to the north in Nebraska, if you're in Franklin, you're getting pounded with rain right now. Red Cloud, Nelson, Superior, you guys are all in the path of this. Edgar, um, Blue Hill, I mean, you're my radar site right now, so you cannot go down. Mark, uh, it's a discrete cell. Which which one are you talking about? You talking the one just south of Seward? Flush Harvest. That storm was crazy looking last night. I saw a hook that a supercell when it was over Lincoln yesterday. Are you talking this morning, Flesh? At like for you guys it would have been probably like 4:30, quarter to five. Is that what you're talking about? And Mark, which discrete cell are you talking about? I don't see really anything super discrete in this just yet. So yeah, Flesh, I actually went live this morning. I actually just woke up out of the blue, honestly. I woke up out of the blue. Let's see. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, well, trust me, it seemed like yesterday because it was quite a ways away. North Kansas, down here. I'm trying to think where you are, Mark. Anyway, so yeah, I woke up roughly about 4:45 just out of a dead sleep, and I knew um I had to look at radar to see, because I knew the storm was coming. I didn't know how close it was. Uh Checked radar, and that's when, the destructive winds were coming through Lancaster County and Saunders County, heading toward Douglas, Sarpy, um, the counties where we are. So broadcasted live really quick, and yeah, it was a rapid development emergency live stream on there. So yeah, it was pretty crazy this morning. A lot of destruction. Mark, up in front of the line of the storm, North Kansas. You sure it's Nora, Kansas, Mark? Why am I not seeing it? Hmm. I've heard another severe thunderstorm warning. I'm assuming it's back down here. Um, or Nelson, Kansas is right next to it. Nelson, all right, I'll go over there in just a second. So if you are watching from Pueblo, did report a 1 inch size hail 1 mile north of Pueblo. National Weather Service employee spotted that one or reported that one. So that's a pretty good sell over there. Still ping pong size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds, just to the north of Los Animas. Okay, we're gonna head back over to this major line. All right. You said right next to Nelson. So I think Nelson was down here a little further on her. This is probably moving so fast that All I know is if you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, expect, what does this say? All right, so we still have a tornado possible label on this, and this is for the excessive, outflow. That there could be a quick, this is definitely, outflow boundary going out. So, you know, and the thing is if this really speeds up with this boundary line and this can't catch up to it, I really wouldn't see any more really tornadoes with it. It would be more of a windbag, which just means I see mainly wind. This really would have to catch up to this. The only parts that would probably still be tornadic would, be up in this area up in here. This line right here is pushing further out. So not expecting anything in there except for extremely gusty winds. Right. We will. So it's definitely, right over the radar site and going into Hastings. This is trying to get it better. This is going to be where, yeah, the development's going to be, and it's going to be pushing to the northeast. It was just a matter of time that this was actually going southeast, that it would turn more to the east because this whole system is going to start cranking up. Mm. Okay, so just had a report 58-mile-an-hour wind gust, Bel Air, Kansas, actually 8 miles to the north, 58-mile-an-hour wind gust. And once again, if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like and subscribe button for me. Appreciate it. Support the channel. We're actually broadcasting here from Eastern Nebraska, so we will probably be with you most of the evening to see what these storms actually do. Even though I gotta work my full-time job tomorrow, it's fine. Dedicated to you guys who hit that subscribe button, and this is what you look for. Not everybody's on TV giving updates or anything, and some people don't have any weather alerts, so this is where they turn to. Um, so that's why I'm here. So hit that like and subscribe button, hit that bell icon. Every time I go live, you guys will go live with me. So um, yeah, let's do this together. All right, a little bit of development, and I believe this is actually Cass County right here. So now we're getting a line from Cass County over to Lancaster, Seward, and back, back down. So I think all this here pretty soon is really going to start filling in, especially with this monster of a line down here. Kind of curious where. And so I'm kind of still just seeing that, that boundary line is still, up in here. So anywhere in this area down in here is still very favorable, for severe weather and development. And I think that that boundary line is just to the south of Norfolk, Columbus area, just to the north of that. But this is pretty unstable air right here where I have circled. So yeah, we'll just have to see what happens. Really think it's going to ride up this line, right up there. So I'm really guessing, yeah, you could see thunderstorms on the west side of this, but if you're, on the west side of this, you should be pretty good. I don't think there shouldn't be really any storms on that side. The development for storms will be on the east side of this line, and I think it's you know I think it's going to ride up right along that line, that boundary. Once again, appreciate everybody tuning in tonight on this, well, late Saturday, early Sunday morning. So definitely a little bit more development there in Cass County. So it'll be just to the south of Omaha, to the east of Lincoln, and we also have a cell just to the west of Lincoln. I'm gonna back this out for you guys again. So they did condense this severe thunderstorm warning. Mainly, this is just all heavy rain, moderate to heavy rain back here. This is your biggest threat right here, is this outflow boundary line. This line right here. Next in line, this will be Concordia, Kansas. So they might, let me see. They'll probably extend it something like that. Will be the next polygon box. Flash. Crazy thing is that doesn't wrap around my brain is if there was a hook on that storm from 4 a.m. Why wasn't a tornado warning? It wasn't a tornado because it wasn't a tornado cell. It's what's called straight line winds. So you had just this huge line of winds that, basically reached from Lancaster County into um, like Saunders County. So that line basically went, when I came into the picture, as in broadcasting, this is kind of where it was. And so it was a huge line making a V line, you know, straight, up toward, you know, the Omaha area, but it actually probably extended out to here because really, once you hit Fremont Valley, Blair location, I mean, they were reaching, 90 mile an hour plus winds up there. So it wasn't a tornado, uh, so called. It had winds of roughly an EF1 tornado, but it wasn't tornado. It was basically like straight line winds punching through and just did damage along the way. So that's why you guys probably had sirens go off. We had sirens go off here, Sarpy, Douglas, I think Washington. I think they had sirens go off in Lincoln and Saunders County, but yeah, it was just put out for 80 plus mile an hour wind. It was a destructive thunderstorm. So there wasn't any rotation or tornado with that. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. It was just one solid line of wind pushing through. All right, had another severe thunderstorm warning, probably once again down toward, where was it? I don't know. Crazy thing is where I was, I didn't hear anything. Really? Yeah, it was, and you could have been, who knows, you could have been on the west side of it for when it really started to ramp up was basically Lincoln northeastward. So if you were like west of Lincoln or, South Lancaster County or anywhere in there, this line of wind really developed rapidly. So as it was traveling northeast, from Lancaster and Saunders County, sorry, I should bring this back down here. You wouldn't, let's see, I was over 951 West O Street. So you were in downtown Lincoln. So it could have been, I don't know, can't explain it. Winds can come up so fast, but I know there was a strong line that went through Lancaster and Saunders County, and it pushed northeast right over us again. All right, I hear another severe thunderstorm warning. All right. So down toward Pueblo again, new severe thunderstorm warning came out. Quarter size hail up to 60 mile an hour winds. So this would be just on the east side of Pueblo. Boone is basically the next town in there. I think Boone isn't a highly populated town, if I remember right. But Pueblo actually is. A lot of people in Pueblo. All right, we'll go back to here. Well, it looks like this is like almost weakening, in a way, because you're not seeing the greater reds anymore, coming down to basically orange. We'll see what they do after this. We have 27 minutes left. We have basically nickel size hail, 60 mile an hour winds up to, but the cell is actually kind of decreasing just a little bit. Okay, so this is what they say as midnight, so it's a little bit further than what we have. There's one, two, I think even right here, I mean, more of a wind threat, and it's really actually kind of decreasing. It's kind of yeah, it's kind of actually weakening a little bit. So it's definitely not as strong as it was. And actually, honestly, as long as this line is, I mean, it's probably about right there right now. I think as this line pushes more down to the southeast, it's going to start cutting off the flow moisture. And actually, honestly, this actually could be where things will get going is out here. You can really see it dissipating right in here because it's hitting that boundary line and it's actually weakening as it's coming in. So it may not be an all-nighter. Let's see what this severe thunderstorm warning does for like 24 more minutes, and yeah, we'll kind of just go from there. Maybe dissipating like quicker than we know, because this line right here, or this boundary line, is actually moving. It's right here, but this whole thing is moving down to the southeast. But at the same time, this is going northeast. So, this development may be over in there. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of North Platte. So this one little cell up here. So it does have half-dollar size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you know anybody in North Platte, Stapleton, Sutherland, definitely could. Trying to see really the direction. So it's basically moving more toward North Platte, but I think as it gets further to the southeast, it'll start weakening. So you saw that little blue little dot right there. That was probably your half-dollar size hail right there, and which is already dissipating. So yeah, chat. So we'll see what this does. This is looking more and more and more like rain. So they just condensed that warning out. So I'm gonna take this back, just say 30 frames and kind of watch what happens to this. So it's huge, huge. Now it starts to kind of dissipate as it goes further to the east, and even trying to turn northeast, and I can't because this boundary line right here is not going to let it turn. At the same time, this is all moving southeast, and these are trying to develop, but it's going to be hard. Didn't think this line right here was going to move as quick as it was. So yeah, this is definitely weakening before our eyes. Definitely this round two in Omaha might be a bust, which is a good thing because we don't, with still all the power outages around town, Lancaster, Saunders, Washington. Um, this is definitely what they don't need there. So looks like a little bit of development just in Lancaster County. So down to the southwest. We can kind of point the camera in that direction. Maybe we'll get a quick sneak peek of some lightning. Right. So, all right. Well, there you go. So we caught a little bit of that lightning down. That's pretty cool. All right. So live sky cam is picking up some of that lightning down. Actually, yeah, we're actually pointed in the right direction for that. So we are definitely getting a little bit of development down now just to the north of Lincoln. So definitely seeing some of that development just to the north of Lincoln, back in that direction. And once this, there's some good lightning, you know, back down in that direction. So we'll definitely stick around and see what happens to this. All right. Let's see. So still has a possible tornado label on it. The more and more that this continues, the more it's going to decrease. So I don't see any tornado signatures basically happening. This front is moving too fast um, to the east, basically. So for basically everybody's question on tornadoes, yeah, I definitely don't see anything now for that. The boundary line is moving way faster than probably anybody thought. So still have 17 more minutes on this warning. I guess I should drop it down from 30 back down to 21. just can't believe that that really decreased that much in energy that fast. So all this basically is now is just gusty winds and heavy rain. So there was so much lightning behind this, and this is totally just. I mean, there's not really even an outflow boundary line on this anymore. So with my guess, I believe once this 15 minutes is gone, I don't think that they'll. I don't know. I don't think that they'll continue this warning. Once again, everybody who just joined us, thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe this channel. Really appreciate it. I have one more like away from 40. So somebody out there who's watching, hit that like button for me. Let's make it a good 40 likes. Um, have almost 700 views tonight. I think that's great. Actually, that's a lot higher. I was like a quarter away through my stream earlier, and everything just crashed. So had to reboot, restart, re-live stream. That's the reason why, the thumbnail was continuation, uh, of the severe weather. Um, had over 200 at that time. So yeah, I was hoping everybody was going to come back and restream with me and you know stick it out with me. So go ahead and hit that. Hey, appreciate it. Somebody did it. Uh, so yeah, definitely hit that like, subscribe. All right, so they did continue just the one up in basically Nebraska area. So they're probably still looking at this up here. So they are just calling, I don't know. They still have a tornado possible signature on this with 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds. All right. So we're gonna kind of investigate and see where this 80-mile-an-hour winds are. We'll switch over to, yeah, I would say so. All right, so we are looking toward now. Mark, is this the Nelson you were talking about? So this wasn't Kansas. This was up in Nebraska, if that's where you were talking about. Let's see what these winds are. Holy crap. Yeah, I would say so. This is definitely needing a severe thunderstorm warning. I mean, we're getting winds close to about 100 mile an hour up here, even down towards Superior, 82, 87. Definitely a strong. Thought I just had there's 100 mile an hour wind gust. Now, this is still, fairly middle up. Don't know if this is necessarily hitting the ground, but this is registering 100 mile an hour just to the west of Nelson and Superior. So they continued this warning basically everywhere in the yellow because we are looking at, anywhere from 60, 80, 100 mile an hour, 102. No, that can't be, you know, still. Well, there it is. 103 mile an hour. So extremely damaging winds. So if you are in the path of this, Superior, Nelson, uh, Deschler, Hebron, seriously, even don't even take this as a tornado warning, uh, or actually take it as a tornado warning. I mean, you're looking at winds, you know, excess of 80 mile an hour. So definitely get into your safe place. If you know anybody in this general area, let them know. I mean, this is crazy winds. They really only extended that severe thunderstorm warning for the places in yellow, because once you start hitting red, it's lighter winds. But this area in here, this is crazy winds. And that's how fast winds can show themselves because that wasn't this windy this far back. So this like definitely bowed out this once again, this bow it's heading it's heading. That's exactly where I have it lined up too. That's crazy. So yes, if you are in extreme southern Nebraska, even in Fairbury, Beatrice, I would be on the lookout for this line coming through. I even have family, along this line. So if we like continue this line in this general area, I have family in this area. So, you know, definitely need to be aware of this where this is going. And for that reason, I am not going anywhere. I still think it'll make a V line more to the north. All right, so here's another new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern county of this. So, all right, so this is winds of 70. Um, but yeah, I mean, we definitely proved on the side, even the south side of this, uh, was extremely windy, even more than 70. I have another, I don't know where that one is. Oh, back in Colorado again. I think Colorado gets a top award for severe thunderstorm warnings tonight. All right, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Nothing new. And there is nobody in this location. Here, you guys hit that subscribe button. We're just a few shy away from 700. Hit that subscribe button and let's make it to 700. We've made it past my 40 and likes, so I totally appreciate that. But still, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button for me. It does these streams a lot of good, and I appreciate it. Truly appreciate it. All right, we're going to go back over here. This one is probably a little bit more severe than what we had over there. So, uh, these winds are definitely, let me see, there's 60. All right, so see, we're even in that where they just said 70-mile-an-hour. So that was probably minimum 70 because we got 73, 75 along this line. Once you get over into Nebraska, we're getting we're getting 90s. There's 100-mile-an-hour, 88. I saw it in there. So yeah, we're still experiencing extremely heavy winds. And then once you get out of it, I mean, you're out of it. Even the back winds, yeah, 24 miles an hour, maybe 30 mile an hour ahead of this line. I mean, right there was an 80-mile-an-hour wind gust that I just crossed over right there. 80 mile an hour. So even though it says, 70, it's 70 plus. So yeah, craziness. There was a 102-mile-an-hour wind gust right there. So if you are definitely along this line of the Nebraska Kansas border, anywhere along this line, this is extreme, devastating winds. Watch how fast this develops. If that just shows you right there how fast wind speeds can develop right there. I mean, that was a matter of, well, 5 frames that developed. That's crazy. Insane winds. Kind of have to see how far these winds actually push eastward. Well, it looks like this is starting to make that turn, but I think it's a little bit too late for. We're definitely seeing a lot of lightning on Skycam. I turn that a little bit more to the south. And I think that's where a couple of the bigger. That's some pretty cool lightning out there. And to keep it pointing in that direction. I mean, that's definitely a light show. There we go. We finally got the over 700 views. I appreciate that, guys and gals. You guys got to definitely hit that like button if you like this Skycam lightning show. And I'll go ahead and switch it back to radar 2, but we'll keep the camera from the roof for the roof cam and radar up. It's definitely some amazing lights out there. Right up just a little bit. Right, another severe thunderstorm warning. That's just for the right on the Kansas border on the Kansas side. Uh, there we go. This is what we saw this before this came up. So 80-mile-an-hour winds, probably plus. This is a destructive thunderstorm. This is what we had moved through us here in eastern Nebraska this morning. So this is like no joke, people. This is a massive 80 plus. I mean, we were detecting 80, 90, close to 100 mile an hour winds in this location. So if you are definitely in Belleville, I would be seeking shelter in the lowest part of your building. Get away from windows. Trees can come down, power lines. Uh, this is no joke. I'm pretty sure probably Nelson, Superior, Deschler. Uh, Pretty soon these people are going to be without power because I'm probably pretty sure that power lines are going to be coming down. Trees are going to come down on power lines. All right, so we have another good coverage, brother. Always, it's always better coverage when you have skin in the game. Thank you for what you do. Hey, RH, absolutely. This is what I love to do. This is just what I love to do. This is me helping out people. I was in the medical field, got out of the medical field. Um, yeah, this is still me helping out people, so totally appreciate it. Hopefully you hit that like and subscribe button, hit that bell icon because the next time I'm on here, want you to show back up. I care about you. Let's see, Mark. Oh no, that's predicting up to 100 mile an hour wind. Yeah, it's crazy. Look at the velocities in that area. Let me see. That says 80. I'll just look. That is crazy. So on the Nebraska side now, this is a massive, destructive, severe thunderstorm. People, if you know anybody in this area, in this path, you have got to call them, warn them way ahead of time. We're looking at 90, 100 mile an hour, destructive, straight line winds coming through this, just destroying everything. This is absolutely crazy. Retired Navy chief. Well, you know what? I respect you. My dad was Navy, I was Army, my sister Air Force, so thank you for your service. I appreciate you and totally respect you. Uh, but back to the weather coverage. This is crazy. Um, yeah, this line right here, we're gonna stop it. We're gonna actually put velocities on there. Uh, this is an insane, this is crazy. We're looking at 106 miles an hour plus. Here's 108. This is no joke, people. If you know anybody, even my daughter is kind of in the path of this. I'm going to let it go just a little bit longer, and I will definitely be giving her a call. 113 miles an hour. This this is not a joke, people. Anywhere from Concordia up to uh, Hebron, Deschler, Belleville, down in Kansas, Concordia. You guys have got to get in the lowest level possible of your home. If there's anybody in here, can you verify that the sirens are going off in these neighborhoods? They have got to be. This is absolutely crazy. Right on, brother. Thank you for yours. I'm in Bellevue. Are you in Bellevue? Cool. Are you out at Offutt? I assume you are. Yeah, Sac. Well, yeah, once again, if you guys know anybody, I hope Weather alerts, alarms are going off. People have them on. I hope phones are going off. If people are tuning in now, you guys need to seek shelter from this storm. This is just as bad as a tornado warning. Thank you for what you do with this channel. What do you think about the channel of this hitting Elkhorn tonight? I don't, truthfully, it's getting slim to none. I'm kind of concentrating on this, but if we look really at a full view, this line is really making a V line uh toward the east. I mean, we're talking right along the border. I don't really see a lot coming up anymore, really, for the Omaha. I think it's really going to stay south. If Elkhorn sees anything, I'm just down the road from you. Uh, we might just see this lightning, some thunder, some rain come in, but I don't think anything really severe here tonight. They need to upgrade this to a severe warning. They do. They really need to upgrade this. Um, Not just a possible tornado signature. They need to warn everybody in the path of this storm. I hope their phones are going off. This warning should still, keep going. They need to advise all of these people, right? Even in here, the path of the storm, because this is absolutely, I think I cut you guys all off too over there. Sorry about that. Let me get you back over here. The only way I can clock these wins is if I have you basically right on the borderline. They need to warn everybody along this path right now and get them really way ahead's notice. Let's see. What's it looking like for Bellevue? Just like I was saying, I'm not seeing much. Sure, we're seeing, you're watching the sky cam. Not seeing really a lot for Bellevue or even Omaha. We may get some rumbles of thunder and lightning and maybe a little bit of rain, but I think the severe outlook for us is basically almost gone. We have a front coming through um, that I showed previous, and we'll go back there in a little bit. But right now, this is the main focus on keeping these people down here, on the border, Nebraska, Kansas. These guys really need to take shelter immediately. Let's see. What about Bellevue? Yeah, Bellevue, yeah. Rob, thanks. Hey, absolutely anytime. Is this Carson, Iowa? No, this is not Carson, Iowa. So we are in Kansas, both basically splitting Kansas and Nebraska in half. Mm. Yeah, we're still seeing 98. We're still pushing 107, 114 mile an hour winds possible in this location moving due east. So that's the Nebraska side. If you're on the Kansas side, same thing. We're looking at 94, 95, 100 mile an hour wind gust on the Kansas side. You guys need to take this seriously and get to the lowest level possible if you are right on the borders of these counties along the border. Let's see. And thank you. Okay, thank you. I live in Lincoln, Nebraska. Hey, Smoky Blizzard, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, you live in Lincoln. You're good. Seriously, you might be seeing some lightning. Same thing. So my sky cam is pointing out toward Lincoln. Um, we'll click back there in like just a second here. We'll do this really quick. We'll put it back to reflectivity really quick. We're getting a little bit more development. Just yeah, basically what is it? Cass, Lancaster, maybe coming up a little north of Beatrice, coming up from the south. So well, I'm not going anywhere. Um, so if a warning pops up, so Bellevue, Lincoln, Nebraska City, I'm not going anywhere right now. This is too, severe of coverage. This is, hang on, I will be right back. All right, sorry about that, guys. Where was I? My smoke alarm went off. Couldn't figure out the reason why. Well, I had a candle burning here in the studio, and yeah, I had the door shut and kind of smoke filled the room. So sorry about that. Um, all right. Anyway, this is a serious situation. So we are looking for down in Deschler, Hebron, heading toward Fairbury and Beatrice. So they really need to be extending this severe thunderstorm warning out like now. Okay, they are probably going to extend the destruction severe thunderstorm warning. Well, they have to. Yeah, there's like no probably behind this. This is I can see even an extending of this bow. This is extremely high speed winds. All right, so another severe thunderstorm warnings going out. Where is this one? All right, so this is back up into North Platte area. We will definitely come back up here for a second. So this is for $half size hail, up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you know anybody in North Platte, they should have a weather alert radio. Should be going off right now for a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for 47 more minutes. We are coming back down here. If you are in North Platte, yeah, it's just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. This is a massive outflow boundary that I mean, this is a look at destruction as destruction can get. This is huge right in here. I will give it like one more county, and then I will be giving my daughter a text. All right, where is that severe? All right, that's in Colorado. You know what? Colorado, you guys are fine tonight. Basically, all those severe thunderstorm warnings in Colorado are in the middle of nowhere. All right, we're going to go back to velocities really quick. Man, look at that. All right, anyone in the path get to safety. Yeah, you're not kidding. This is yeah. So even down in Concordia, Kansas, we're reading roughly 80 mile an hour in Concordia. Taking that path up 90, there's 90 right on the Nebraska Kansas border. We'll come into Nebraska and we're pushing 103 mile an hour. These guys have got to extend this warning out further. Give these people these people are sleeping. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. You have got to give them plenty advance notice to get to shelter, to seek shelter, get away from windows in this situation. They need a tornado warning near Nelson. Up there is broad rotation. Let's see, up toward Nelson. Uh, a little bit. It's weak, but I mean, there's a little. Oh, I see where you're saying. There's definitely rotation up towards Shickley. So if you are in Shickley, this actually should be tornado warned right now. I don't know why this isn't warned right now because there's definitely major rotation right here. So we have toward radar -15. Then we have 40 miles an hour toward. All right, so here's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 90 mile an hour plus. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued. Expires 43 minutes. So they do have a tornado possible label on this. Does not mean there's a tornado. We have winds over like a tornado would be. So yeah, this is if you know anybody still in Hebron, they really didn't extend this out too far. So if you're in Western Plymouth or Fairbury, I would still be well aware of this storm. And this up here is definitely rotation up here, just to the north of Shickley. I would not be surprised if there might be a tornado on the ground just north of Shickley. We may have a CC beginning to form. That is awfully strong rotation. We'll have to see up here. So if you know anybody in Shickley or even Geneva, which I do, um, you need to watch this really carefully right now to make sure this is not a tornado actually on the ground. Because this is absolute craziness right now. So we could have a unwarned tornado on the ground in this location, which we actually could because this matches up. Like the tip of a arrow. It looks, yeah, exactly. Is okay. So they did just put out. Okay, these guys must be listening to me. All right, where did they do this? All right, good. All right, this should be All right, 80-mile-an-hour plus destructive thunderstorm. Outstanding. National Weather Service. All right, good job. You have got to give these people plenty of notice to get to shelter. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. These guys are sleeping. You have got to give them notice. Everybody in our area up here, Sarpy, Douglas, Cass, Bellevue, Lincoln. Sorry, I haven't really been paying attention to us up here. This is like way more important than what we have up here. I also need to issue a large PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 90 mile. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. You're right on that one. So I'm surprised this isn't a PDS severe thunderstorm warning. So this is 90. I'm going to still stick with that 90 mile an hour, even in this location. Give me 2 seconds, guys. All right. I had to open up my window, get some fresh air in here. Um, all right. I'm going to go look outside. Hey, yeah, that's cool, sir. Go look outside. Let's, I got Skycam up and it's definitely, still lightning big time. All right, we will actually come back to this location here in just a second. I'm going to put it in reflectivity mode. Let's see what's actually going on up here. So it's really going to, man, I don't think these storms will actually make it to, well, they may. We're definitely going to get the lightning. This borderline really with this front right here where I can kind of see it is now about right there. So yeah, Lincoln, Omaha. I mean, we're going to see some thunder and lightning and so forth, but nothing like this. Of course, I'm hoping this makes just a slight V line. You know, I wish that this part would just end. These people need to be notified, aware. Um, yeah, crazy. Is the sky can above your house in Omaha? Yeah, actually it is. I do have it on my house. You know, we're trying to grow the channel, so we are still fairly new. I do have family out in Kearney and Hastings. Um, so trying to get, donations in to get more cameras out in the Kearney Hastings area for more live coverage out there for camera views. So we're kind of just starting. So here, uh, yeah, we'll get there. But this camera that I have up now is on top of my house, pointing off toward. Well, it says west, but it's actually more to the southwest right now, where all the storms are coming from. So, yeah. Oh, that's going toward Maryville, Missouri, and North Missouri. Um, Yeah, well, yeah, yeah, it's definitely, heading that way. I hope it loses its strength before it hits that, but we'll have to see, because this front is, this is still extreme, you know, moisture in here. this boundary line hasn't reached there yet, so this has all the energy in the world to keep going down here until this, moves through. I know I'm drawing a lot, but it's the only way I can explain it. So yes. So still 80 mile an hour. All right, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for the southern part in Kansas. So this is for 70 mile an hour winds with considerable threat if you are in there. So let's take a quick peek. What camera am I on? Oh, kind of like this one better. Um, right, so there's 76. There's 85 mile an hour winds. 60 on this side. There's 80, almost 80, 60s. All right, so this one down below, I could still clock a couple of them at 80 right there, like 80 mile an hour. What do they have? Uh, 70. So it's upwards 70. It keeps switching radars on me. I really don't like this radar. Oh, they're even on the, if you guys can see the United States, even on the south side of that is starting the wind bag is what we call it. So extreme gusty winds, they should actually be putting out a warning for even in here, Manhattan, Kansas, Junction City, I think it is, in Salina. They really need to start be warning these people too. Once again, if you guys are just joining us, we have a major destructive wind threat. Basically it's basically border county on either side of Nebraska and Kansas. Um, we've had destructive winds over 100 mile an hour. Basically just kind of ride the border. Definitely destructive winds are still going on in these locations. They have, upwards 80 mile an hour destructive winds up here, roughly another 33 minutes. Uh, God, here's still the 90 mile an hour winds. So we're probably still seeing, let me stop this. Let's take another peek at up here. Well, there's 80s. What's down here? Okay, 80s, roughly almost 90. In this front 60s. There's a 90. There's a 91 down in the 70 zone. 80s. All right, so they're not as strong as they were before, which is a great thing. But we're still reaching winds, roughly, anywhere from 85 to 95 mile an hour. All right, so one more time, considerable damage for 70 mile an hour wind threat up here and 80 mile an hour destructive up here. I could kind of hear a little bit of thunder going on this. All right, let me shoot back to reflectivity for everybody so you can kind of see if you're actually tuning in from the Omaha area, Lincoln area. We'll shoot up toward Omaha really quick. So here's reflectivity. Kind of watch the directions of these. So I mean, it is moving more to the north. It's riding that boundary line, so it's really not going to go any further. You can see that front right there. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning on the backside of all of these, uh, with a tornado possible label on it with 70-mile-an-hour winds again on this. All right, so I can kind of see that. So what we're looking for is this kind of hook echo coming down and then the inflow notch coming in. So we're going to be looking for in here basically for that rotation. There's a little bit on the other side of Nelson. That would be kind of in this general area in here. It's not strong rotation, but it's definitely a little bit of rotation. Kind of in a bad radar spot, really. Okay, let's go back to reflectivity really quick. All right, we'll go out of Omaha. All right, so it looks like a line of pretty just strong thunderstorms from Plattsmouth going down toward Weeping Water, Waverly, Lincoln, Seward, Milford, York, Friend, Henderson, Sutton, and Geneva. Looks like just a strong line of thunderstorms, probably a little loud, a little windy. Um, there's nothing at the severe stage at this time. Most of the severe weather event right now is just a little bit further to the south. Yeah, definitely put in motion. Here comes a live radar sweep uh, as we speak. All right, so this storm is definitely moving eastward. That latest radar sweep had a big, pretty indention in there. So we're still looking at massive winds in this location. Hopefully once this cell reaches these polygons, they advise, more people that this is coming. Sorry, Mark, would you say, would you, sorry, I see the winds are dying down a little bit. I still have winds here, really about 3 mile an hour out of the north. So this is our local. So humidity skyrocketed again. So humidity back up to 96%. Dew points really holding at 75 degrees and feels like 77. Um, all right. All right. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Let me switch back to Normal. All right. Severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour destructive winds, and this would be for Shickley. This is kind of where I saw that those severe winds with little rotation to them. So Shickley, just south of Geneva, heading toward Tobias. If you know anybody in this area, advise them, warn them that this is like no joke of a situation. So this is actually making that V line to the north. So I hope everybody sticks on the air and sticks with us because this is making a pretty sharp turn up to the north. So even though I said, yeah, I mean, I know what I said. This front is still coming through. I don't know how much it'll go. We might be just right on the borderline, Omaha, Bellevue, Lincoln. I would definitely be weather aware right now because this is, even though this is moving east, it is making a little flip-de do up to the north. So we definitely need to be weather aware. If you're in Crete or even Lancaster County in Lincoln, I would definitely be well aware of this. I was not expecting, I don't know if anybody was really expecting this. Um, I knew there was going to be a wind threat like later on, but nothing like this. This is like crazy. RRH, see what I mean? Action Earth. Yeah. It looks like storms are building up, actually just to our south down, Eagle, Weeping Water, Plattsmouth, heading maybe into Bellevue, Nebraska City. All right. So we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is for all right, well, it's for 60-mile-an-hour winds, uh like pea-size hail, really. So they're dropping at least the winds down to at least 60 in this location. We'll have to see. Brother, there's a scudding cat outside house right now. You're toward Bellevue. I can't really point my camera like that way. I can show you. So you guys do have just off to your south of Bellevue and Glenwood, Plattsmouth. You guys do have, you know, it's nothing severe. Probably a good, pretty light show, a little bit of rain in there involved. Same thing with, if we kind of scope down a little bit, Ashland, Greenwood, Waverly, Elmwood, Eagle, Weeping Water, Avoca, probably seeing some pretty good lightning down toward Nebraska City. um, Lincoln, Milford, Seward, also seeing that line of just strong thunderstorms. Hickman, um, you guys are seeing some strong thunderstorms right now. Uh, I don't think a major wind threat was expected this morning until this happens. Exactly. I You can't really predict. We knew there was going to be kind of a bow to the line and it was going to pick up speed. Um, but nobody can determine the magnitude of what's going to happen until it happens. Um, Nobody thought that this was going to be a totally destructive line, you know, heading through Nebraska, Kansas on the border. no one can predict that. We kind of knew there was going to be damaging winds, but not destructive. Really quick, we're going to see if there's any power outages along the path of this. Really quick, I'm sure there is. Let's see. Awesome pipeline. Is there rotation? Where where are you talking the rotation? I mean, we can definitely see right now there's really no rotation. If there could be along this line. All of these, could be warned as a tornado possible label on this. Um, right now, it just actually looks like a total windbag. I'm gonna put on the radar. Let me see. I need to get kind of far away. We can kind of look at these. Geez Louise, I can't even get to a good radar site to get out of here. All right. So anyway, we'll continue as this one. So we have a ton of power outages. 740 in Smith County. We have over 1,000 in Osborne County. A little over 400 in Mitchell County. 710 in Jewell. And then we're going to start picking up. Yeah. So I can't really read the power outages when there's polygon boxes over them because it's going to read the polygon box. Yeah, so definitely along this line, we definitely have power outages, happening. So definitely be aware. Whoops. So definitely, if you're still along this line, you can definitely be experiencing major power outages, trees on power lines down, trees on houses, like worst case scenario still with this front or with this line going through. All right, if you're just joining us, thanks for tuning in this extremely late night. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. We are covering a uh, major destructive windstorm. Basically, if you take a couple counties to the north in Nebraska, a couple counties to the south in Kansas, we're talking major winds here, totally destructive winds. We're going to put this all back into motion. We're going to go ahead and take off uh, the power outage for right now. We can always come back to it. All right, we're going to kick up to the Omaha radar really quick. Let's get uh, reflectivity on the local people here. All right, so it looks like it's just approaching southern Sarpy County, northern, well, basically all of Lancaster, Seward, York, Crete. So just your general thunderstorms right now. There is nothing severe in our area right now, except once you get, south side of Crete, you're down toward Beatrice, Fairbury, then, that's where your severe weather outlook is going to be. Um, but we'll keep it tuned here for right now. Right. Definitely a huge wind issue. So once again, from this severe thunderstorm warning back through basically heading basically due east. I mean, there might be a small in this area going up to the northeast, but this line is pretty holding steady uh heading down. So I think for the most part it'll stay, it should, down south of Lincoln, Nebraska City. I'm hoping it stays down south. Not that I want it, period, but you know, once again, we'll just have to kind of wait and see what happens and go from there. Let's see. Could this track into eastern Missouri? Absolutely. I mean, just you look at the direction that it's going and basically the speed. It's actually picking up speed. I think, Maryville could be in the line of this. St. Joseph, it just depends on the southern end. Uh, Atkinson, Kansas. I know that's right on the border, but you're looking at St. Joe, Maryville, I know Rockport's up here somewhere because we always buy fireworks from there. Rockport, Missouri, up toward here. Mound City, Oregon, Savannah. You know, you guys are all really in the path of this storm. You can kind of see the trajectory, and it's actually building strength. Look how all of a sudden it just turned red in here. Let's see. Can this track open to the Omaha Metro? Um, Not really. I think this is too far south to really make a sharp left-hand turn. This is really holding the border, a couple counties into Nebraska and a couple counties, into Kansas. If you look at the trajectory, let me put it in motion one more time. You know, we might see a little bit of this wraparound come back up, but right now there's nothing severe with this. In the path of this, I don't think, I don't know. I don't think anybody was expecting this like windbag to happen. You don't expect it. I mean, it just kind of happens and then it just kicks off. So hopefully it kind of sticks. I think there's like a wraparound here, as in this is going to start pushing more to the east. So I'm kind of hoping this line stays, you know, at least that way and stays south of Lincoln, stays south of Omaha. Right. So I have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is actually back into Kansas alone. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, you know, we do have on the backside of this, way on the backside, some storms down in Kansas. So that's for 11 more minutes, 26 minutes. This is 70-mile-an-hour wind, lime size hail. So So here's a weather report. So Chester, Nebraska, snap trees and large branches down in town. So this is in Chester, Nebraska. This is in Thayer County. As of 1:18 in the morning, snap trees and large branches down in town. So this wind was no joke. I mean, it was probably approaching that, at that time, probably at least 80 mile an hour, maybe even higher. Right. So looking out our sky cam actually down toward uh the cells. So this says looking west. We're actually looking more southwest, southwest. So I just didn't have time to change the wording in it. So looks like winds are, picking up just a little bit out of the northeast. So that tells me that line, if we're getting winds out of the northeast, it's pushing back down, but this line is coming in. So, Omaha just might see the skirting of this because I really think that line is going to hold pretty tight. I mean, it may be up here, but I really think it's not going to be as severe up here. We'll see some generic thunderstorms, I think, but maybe some heavy rain, but nothing like these guys down here. Mm. Sorry, I was trying to tell you guys a story and I had it on the live sky cam and you guys didn't even see that. Let's see, they do sound the sirens for 70 plus in Missouri, do they? Oh, that's good. Because here it's like it's got to be the destructive. I think it's 80 plus here. I don't think it's 70. I think it's 80 here. Um, and I could be wrong. So we do have a weather report right here. This will be in on the Nebraska side, 83 mile an hour. So in Thayer County, uh, Davis Weather Station. So it must be a personal weather station. 1 mile north of Deschler. So 83 mile an hour winds. What about Bellevue? Bellevue is going to get some thunder, lightning. This might, rotate up. Let me bring it back down for you guys. I'll kind of put this into motion. There's nothing severe with these storms at these times. The progress of these storms is moving basically to the north, but it's only going to push so far to the north because we do have a boundary line just sitting off to the northwest that's not really going to allow it to advance much further. So I think we will see thunderstorms, heavy rain, you know, gusty winds, but definitely nothing like they're seeing down there. It's kind of a weird kind of circulation just in this general area. So you can kind of tell where it's wrapping up and you know, pushing upwards. So, you know, there's the line embedded rotation. Yeah, Grady, absolutely. Hope you hit that like and subscribe button. All right, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. So this is definitely this is kind of what I was just talking about. This kind of rotation right in here. So they're looking for 70 mile an hour winds, considerable damage in the path end of this. What did I say? So roughly about 50 minutes from now. So that's got to be covering up for one of these down here that's just about ready to expire. All right, so this 80-mile-an-hour destructive, in 6 minutes, it'll expire. McGill, Nebraska. Where's McGillen at? This is kind of so this went right through Shickley. This is actually kind of making a beeline, you know, kind of northward. Man, I mean, it's going to be close. Everybody's asking me about Bellevue, Omaha. You know, it's going to cut it really close for the winds. You know, I do know storms are going to be moving into the area here. Nothing severe as of right now. Just your normal garden variety thunderstorms, thunder, lightning, some heavy rain. Um, as of right now, that's all there is. All right, another severe thunderstorm warning. So that's back into Kansas. Looks like back in the middle of nowhere. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's already on the east side of Selden. So really, there is nothing. Oh, I guess there is. So Jennings and Dresden, you guys are in the path of this storm. This is kind of a interesting rotation that is kind of like in a way kind of circling right in here as this is, pushing in. This whole system is moving to the northeast. So then you get kind of a little rotation ball there as it pushes off to the northeast. Um, I guess this is why we live stream. I mean, this is as it happens in the moment. Models can say one thing and do another, but the actual event of the storms happening is, completely different. So you just never know. You get a general idea of what's going to happen, but all right. Let's see. It's on top of the line where you're looking. I don't even know where I was looking earlier. Right now, all that is going on right now is really gusty winds. And so I'm going to put it back to velocities. Let's take a few sample readings of the updated. Let's see if what's going on. So we have 55-mile-an-hour winds sliding down, 44, 60s, still 60s. There's like 70s down here, 60s. Oh, there was a 90 something. Might have been wrong. Right. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This will be for all right, 70-mile-an-hour wind, considerable damage. All right, so let's go back to reflectivity. Okay, this will be for Lancaster County. So this will be for Lincoln, Crete, Fairbury, Beatrice, um, Hickman, Bennett, Tecumseh, Pawnee City. You guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning for up to 70-mile-an-hour winds and considerable damage threat if you are in this. Right. So one something thought really was going to stay further to the south is actually, making, and I said it would probably make a beeline hard to the northeast. Didn't know when it was, but it's definitely heading that way. All right. New severe thunderstorm warning down here for 70-mile-an-hour winds for Marysville down in Kansas. So they're clocking this for 70. I didn't really see a lot of 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts while we were in here, um, but it could be. So another severe thunderstorm warning for Salina, Kansas, for 70-mile-an-hour winds with considerable threat ahead of this. So it was probably along this line here. They had registered 70-mile-an-hour winds. All right, we'll go back up to Valley radar really quick. So we still have some thunderstorms heading just across the border into Iowa through Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Ashland, Waverly, Weeping Water, Lincoln, Milford, Seward, down toward Friend, Geneva, Sutton, just kind of a solid line of thunderstorms. Do have a severe thunderstorm warning out for Lancaster County, Crete, Beatrice, Fairbury, Tecumseh, Pawnee City, Wymore, Beatrice, DeWitt. All these small towns, you guys are all in a severe thunderstorm warning for winds up to 70-mile-an-hour and considerable damage roughly for the next hour. NWS just issued warning on TV finally. Really? So that's kind of advantages of live streaming because, you know, we're having firsthand knowledge of kind of what's going on at, the spur of the time. We're seeing it, you know. I'm probably pretty sure there's no local people on right now. All right. Well, I definitely must say my throat is absolutely killing me. All right. Let's go ahead and just kind of put this. There was a nice CG. CG is cloud to ground lightning. Squirrely in the backyard, brother. I'm sure. Is the line starting to weaken yet? Um, it's still pretty much holding strong because, we're still east of this boundary line. So this down from just say Omaha, Lincoln, you know, Beatrice, all this area, this is still prime juicy air right now. We're still having dew points 75 degrees, still 76 out. Humidity is at 96%. The winds, it does look like the winds are out of the west northwest now. So I have a feeling that front is actually pushing through. So I got a reading of 2 mile an hour west northwest. So out of. So I think we're finally seeing that line, roughly through this area. I'm hoping, and it's going to keep these at Neil down, down here. This is where I'm not saying that, some storms won't come up and we won't see thunder, lightning, and whatever. But right now I'm having northwest winds. So we'll see. Severe thunderstorm watch likely for northwestern Missouri part Iowa's going to. Yeah, I'm sure they will put out a severe thunderstorm watch out for those guys. Once again, if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like and subscribe button for me. Would really appreciate it. We're definitely covering some pretty crazy weather tonight. I mean, extremely crazy for winds, extremely gusty winds. And hopefully these stay just to the south. All right, so we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just on the outskirts of Colby, Kansas. So this is for quarter size hail. Ton of lightning down there. I believe this is Oakley, if I remember right. Yeah. So this is the town Oakley in Kansas. Ton of lightning. So quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. Anna, congrats, over 200 subs. Hey, totally appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. That actually means quite a bit. It really does. You guys are all family, and I'm glad I'm here covering this for you. Um, yeah, awesome. So once again, if you guys are just joining, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. It definitely goes a long way, and this stream gets out to more people. Maybe not tonight, maybe not tomorrow night, but it definitely gets out to people. So, all right, looks like Lincoln, you are underneath a flash flood warning for Lancaster County. Why is this not? All right, Lancaster County, you are under a flash flood warning for the next roughly 4 hours. If you are in Lincoln, do not cross over flooded streams, flooded roads, flooded anything for the next at least 4 hours. If you cannot see the road, do not cross it. Turn around, do not drown. That's the saying. So just a heads up, Lincoln, you are underneath a flash flood warning, probably from this morning's rain to tonight's rain. Creeks, streams, streets are flooding. This is your heads up. Do not cross flooded roads. You're putting yourself at danger. You're putting first responders at danger. Don't do it. And I know this from experience. I was a first responder for many, many years. Do not put their life at danger for something you could have avoided. All right. We are all right, still 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. Let's kind of put this into motion. Let's see where this is actually. Right. So, my theory might be right. I don't think it's going to push much further. And I said that all along, but I was kind of doubting myself. But I still think, it's not going to go much past this line. That front. Let's see. I have winds now from the north at roughly 6 miles an hour. So we're getting, north winds right now, basically in this area, you know, and wind still pushing in. So I'm going with my gut, and I'm still saying that a lot of this will stay at least Omaha southward. All right, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. Let me see where this is. All right, so this is still back in Kansas one more time. This is just kind of recovering from the other severe thunderstorm warning. Quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. This would be for just to the west of Scott City. Uh, Leo T? T-I? Leo T-I? Have no clue. And Tribune. All right, quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, Colby and Oakley. You guys still have a severe thunderstorm warning out for you guys. Quarter size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds expires in 20 minutes. All right. So we have one heck of a lightning storm out there for here. Um, Once again, Lincoln, you are underneath a flash flood warning for roughly the next about 4 hours. So do not drive through any high roads, streams, whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. Do not drive through water. You have no, even though you know that road and you've driven it 10,000 times, if you cannot see underneath of it, you have no clue if there's a road there or not. So just keep that in mind. All right. It's coming into southern Sarpy County, definitely Springfield. Um, Bellevue, you're definitely probably seeing some rain, hearing some thunder, seeing some lightning. Trying to kind of zoom in. So Springfield, you're picking up some heavy rains. Gretna, you're just on the outskirts. It's just about ready to hit you guys. Outlet Mall is out here, the Nebraska crossing. So 370 down toward Gretna. That's about the as far as it's gone right now in Papillion. It will proceed up to the north a little bit more. Ashland, Ceresco, Waverly, Valparaiso, out toward Branched Oaks, definitely where we had campers tipped over uh, earlier yesterday morning with our wind threat that came through. Lincoln, flash flood warning down toward Milford, Friend, extremely heavy rains. I wasn't leaving out heavy rains at all. I just didn't think that the severe weather would truly make it up this far. I still think it's gonna to hold strong, right along here. Um, we're still seeing north winds, so the north winds have definitely at least kicked in as far as this. So we'll see how far this truly goes north. Hail, heavy rain in Bellevue, is it? Okay. Well, thanks for the report. So if you're in Bellevue, let me see what the hail is. Do you know roughly what size of hail is there? I can kind of judge by. So it's not huge hail, so I'm sure you're probably seeing what? Probably marble size hail in on the south side of Bellevue. It's not large hail, but definitely maybe some pea to marble size. Anna off 96 and 370, good loud thunder. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm Yeah, definitely 370 right now is the borderline of basically where the storms are. So we'll see how much further north that they can actually push because, I'm getting like northwest winds right now. All right, so that was the latest update. So that hail is just kind of to the south of 370 Papillion, heading, hopefully back like toward Bellevue and into Iowa. So we're hoping that kind of dissipates here pretty quick. All right, so if you guys are in the metro, this is what we're doing. This is, now the line from Oakland and Iowa through Bellevue, Papillion, up toward Gretna, Springfield, Memphis Lakes, and Ashland, South Bend, Louisville, Cedar Creek. You guys are all experiencing probably extremely heavy rains right now. Maybe pea to marble size hail. I don't see anything bigger than that. All right, we do have a new tornado warning for Crete. This will be radar indicated. We do have an active tornado warning. So if you are just north of Wilbur, even if you're in Wilbur, I would seek shelter. If you are in Crete, seek shelter. This is radar indicated. Let's take a quick look. Come on. All right, we'll look at velocities. So this would be definitely rain wrapped if it was, but the only rotation that is in here is down here. That is basically the only rotation, and that would be actually moving to the northeast. Very weak rotation. Is radar indicated. Nothing is confirmed at this time. All right, so that is the location. We have no CC drop, but if you are in what county is this? It's just outside of Lancaster. I think Lancaster, you're even kind of part way in this. But yeah, if you are in Crete, seek shelter immediately. Get to the lowest level of your house or building, interior room. So this here would be a lot of hail. Is through here. That's what's called a hail spike through there. Um, so definitely, just weak rotation, but definitely until the next scan comes in. This is your rotation. Okay, here comes the next scan. We'll kind of pick it up from here. Let's get this off. So it's back to broad rotation again. Um, so it's extremely broad rotation, but it would be down in this area right here. So that would be your area of circulation heading off to the northeast. So if you are even in Wilbur, Crete, uh, Hallam, you know, now is the time to seek shelter, get into the lowest level of your house, get into your basement. If you don't have a basement, interior room, bathroom, closet. Um, so until this is passed, uh, yeah, seek shelter. I don't see it just herd smaller size. Yeah, I figured up toward Bellevue. I didn't see anything huge, so I was figuring kind of pea to marble size up there. I didn't see anything really much bigger. So once again, we do have an active tornado warning. If you are in Crete, I would be seeking shelter immediately. Uh, we'll see when the next scan comes through if it had changed. Even if there was rotation, it is completely rain wrapped back in this. Once again, until the next scan comes in, this is your broad circulation. Basically, right in here is where the circulation would be. All right, so there's the next scan. Not really much. I mean, extremely broad rotation. We have too much grays in between here in the pixels. All right, so here comes the next scan. Let's see what this one shows. Kind of the same thing, not much. Once again, you guys are still underneath a tornado warning. Seek shelter, get into your basement, lower level possible. If you are, joining my channel now, um, appreciate it. We're here to keep you safe. Very broad rotation. Heading northeast. I don't know how fast this is actually going. Let's see, southwestern Lancaster County, southeast central Saline County in Nebraska. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located 8 miles west of Wilbur or 25 miles northwest of Beatrice. So we rather do let's see, 8 miles west of Wilbur, northeast at 25. 8 miles west of Wilbur. And that's kind of exactly where I was pointing for the most part. 8 miles to the west of Wilbur is where that circulation was. So was right kind of in there is where I hinted at first where the rotation would be. Um, Rotation is much weaker uh, right now, but if you're still tuning in, seek shelter. Uh, Still have roughly about another 24 minutes. I would not be outside looking for it because, as you see, this would be completely rain wrapped. If there was any circulation, it would be right in here, heading to the northeast. So there is no way that you would see any of this coming through. Right. So I think I'm starting to hear some rain uh, where I live. So we'll have to check the rain gauge here in a little bit. All right, let's go back to velocities really quick. So still just a little bit, it doesn't really add up, but definitely a little bit of circulation in this part. Um, could add up a little bit. We'll wait for the next velocity scan to come in. I'm gonna pan down the camera so you guys can actually see. All right, so if you are just tuning in, uh, definitely a little bit of uh, rain coming down in my area now. So, yeah. All right, so definitely looks like the next scan came in, only a little, like I said, there's only a couple little spots that would be rotating, and it's very, 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 very broad, very, very weak. Um, Sharon Kinney, I'm just tuning in. Sharon, thanks for tuning in. Where are you tuning in from? Are you down in the tornado warned area, Wilbur, Crete? Where are you? You're in Iowa. Okay, cool. Well, nothing has really, well, it depends on what part of Iowa. Um, So reflectivity, so definitely if you're just across the border, definitely getting some rain. Oakland, uh, Malvern, probably Council Bluffs, other side of Bellevue. Yeah. New Sharon, Iowa. I'll have to look that up. All right, so we're gonna go back down. All right, we have a new what do we have? All right, so this will be a new severe thunderstorm warning for Garden City down in Kansas. Hail quarter size up to 60-mile-an-hour winds for Garden City. So this whole little line is actually moving to the east. So Garden City, just kind of expect quarter size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, we're going to go back up to the tornado warning that we have just to the north of basically Beatrice. We're in Crete, Nebraska here. All right, so we're going to go to velocities again really quick. It's not strong, but we still have little radar indicated, weak rotation right there, still in the process of moving, to the northeast. I went back a little bit. So that's where that rotation was to begin with, 8 miles west of Wilbur. So kind of John it up. That's where it would be. But even if it was, this is completely rain wrapped. If there was any circulation, okay, and there's no CC, so no confirmed tornado, nothing on the ground. You know, do have a little broad rotation going on, but nothing, nothing strong. All right, here's our next view. Still basically the same thing. Could have a could have a little spin up. This right here could be actually a little spin up with a tornado that was actually probably maybe on the ground because we have possibly a little tornado that is on the ground just to the west of Wilbur. Well, they just discontinued that, so I'm kind of surprised. This is kind of what I'm looking at right here. We could have had just a really quick spin up. CC is actually just to the south of that, but if there was a quick spin up and then head to the north, hmm. All right, well, they discontinued that tornado warning there. Uh, so we will go back. All right, so let's just kind of start from up here. Oakland, Omaha, Papillion, Bellevue. I know here at my place, Ralston, La Vista, Chalco, Gretna, Springfield, you guys are all seeing heavy rains. The sirens are going off out in Carson, Iowa. Really, the sirens are going off. So you're saying the sirens are going off in Carson, Iowa? I don't know the reason why that would be because really the rain hasn't even kind of made it there yet. All right, so we got a new scan coming in. Yeah, I don't know why Carson's Iowa's sirens would be going off. All right, just tuning in. Thanks, Sharon. I'm in Iowa. So that by Des Moines. Oh, it's clear by Des Moines. Okay, cool. Praying for everybody's safety. Yeah, after today in eastern Nebraska, I'm kind of praying for everybody's safety too. All right, we gotta choose. Get off of this radar. Let's get it back. All right, there we go. All right, so roughly align. I'm still kind of holding my own when I was like, I don't think a lot of it's going to go much past here. I mean, of course, now we're having south winds because it's pushing up. But I think that front is just off to the north, where it's going to start pushing these eastward. And once again, I didn't say it was a zero possibility for tornadoes. It was really like slim. I mean, with this coming through, all right, so now they've downgraded to 60-mile-an-hour winds and roughly marble size hail for basically Crete, Beatrice, Tecumseh, Pawnee City, Wymore, Fairbury, all the towns in this warned area, roughly about 29 more minutes for about 60-mile-an-hour winds. Hey, thanks for the W. Appreciate that. So if you guys are just tuning in, hit that like and subscribe button. Totally appreciate the support. Uh, we've been here for, well, this stream for just under 6 hours, but we were on for about 2 hours before my whole system crashed and had to get it back going again because, need to keep people informed on what's going on. So thanks for everybody tuning in. Be sure you hit that like and subscribe button. It definitely goes a long way with getting this coverage out to people who need it. So totally appreciate it. All right, so we will. Did they just upgrade this? They did. So, all right. So they are upgrading this back to 70-mile-an-hour wind and considerable damage. I assume it would be just on the east side of Beatrice is where they are seeing this. Um, so really quick, we will go over to the West Omaha temperature right now. So it has dropped to 68. Winds are back to southeast again. So pretty unusual. So southeast winds, we've already had a week or a peak gust of 20 miles an hour. It is raining basically 3/4 of an inch per hour. Um, so far today, um, after midnight, so we've only been in for 2 hours now. Uh, 13 13 hundredths of an inch, and we still have humidity at 98%. So yeah. So this is what's going on right now where I am. And you guys can also see it live Skycam. All right, we're going to go back to. All right, we're going to go back to the Beatrice. We're going to check out some of these wind speeds in here. They're saying 70. There possibly could be a 70-mile-an-hour. Yeah, so from this camera view, I am not seeing. Let me see if I get it from this angle. All right, so definitely I could see probably 65. There's a 60. So yeah, it's close to probably 70 mile an hour. probably just of the north of Beatrice, because along that line, still reading, actually there's 70 mile an hour down there, even to the south of Beatrice. I just had it. So, right there, 68, that's roughly 70 mile an hour. So definitely a good warning to put out for about 70 mile an hour wind gusts. So good. All right. Everybody who's tuning in, stay here. I'm going to put this in motion. I have drank a ton of water, trying to keep my throat, moist and wet because I've been talking straight for about 7 hours. So, um, give me about 30 seconds and I will be right back. Uh, all right. So they did cancel that tornado warning. So there is no active tornado warning at this time. But we do have severe thunderstorm warnings. So give me 30 seconds. I'll be right back. All right. All right. For everybody who's just tuning in, I appreciate it. Hit that like and subscribe button for me. Hit that bell icon so that way every time we go live, you guys can go live with us. So do me a favor, hit that subscribe and like button for me. Would totally appreciate it and mean a lot. So all right, so it looks like we're really just down to this one severe thunderstorm warning for the next 23 minutes coming through Beatrice. I think it was for Tecumseh and Pawnee City and Wymore. Done, sir. All right. You have a good night. I think all you guys are going to get really in Bellevue. My grandma is in Bellevue. Yeah, it's just we're just seriously, we're just seeing a little bit of thunder, lightning, some heavy rain patches. I don't think there's um anything really severe that's going to happen up here. I really don't. I think this line, even as it's moving more toward the east, is actually breaking up a little bit. So here's kind of the motion of the storm. Now, we could definitely see some heavy rains. This is kind of wrapping up with this line, this front I've been talking about. It could set up just kind of right over us, but that's all it's really going to be is thunder, lightning, and heavy rain. So not really much other is going to go on. But I'm definitely not going to go anywhere till at least this severe thunderstorm warning is gone. Um, have to make sure that people are aware that, this was still uh gauged for 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable damage. Not really seeing that so much now. There was, but not so much now. Uh, yeah, I think we're just going to see some heavy rain. I mean, we could see some flooding. Uh, Sarpy, Cass, Douglas, Lancaster. Lancaster already has. If you're in Lincoln, you are actually in a flood warning at this time. You guys are just getting massive, heavy amounts of rain as we speak. So I would not cross any, streets, creeks, streams, whatever that you want to cross, unless you can actually see that road. If you can't, turn around, don't drown. It is not worth it. All right, let's take a. Sorry, my internet went out for some. Any tornadoes today? We've had a few tornado warnings. Um, I think we did have one observed. Trying to think where that was. I think it was actually in Colorado. They had an observed, but it was observed like really quick. It's like before you knew it, it was basically done and over with. So yeah, we've had a couple of tornado warnings, but nothing severe. No damage, no, you know, none of that. So thank goodness for that. All right, so where I am in West Omaha and Western Douglas County, we've already received over a quarter of an inch of rain. So right now it's raining at a rate of roughly 3/4 an hour, and there's some pretty good lightning out there. I can kind of tilt that camera up just a little bit more so you guys can kind of see. Oh, I'm not used to talking for about 8 hours straight. My throat is so sore. All right, so they did just condense that severe thunderstorm warning to the south of Lincoln now. So, which is good news for Omaha, Bellevue areas. It's kind of shrinking back to the south. It'll push more uh, to the east now. No, absolutely. You know what? I love the chats. Chats are what makes the stream what it is. So if you guys, want to chat, please chat. If you guys just want to watch, hey, that is cool. Just be sure you hit that like and subscribe button for me. I so appreciate it. Hit that bell icon for the next time we go live. I want you guys on board. So, yeah. So, you guys have no clue how much I appreciate you. All right. So, yeah, I got a feeling we're going to see like massive amounts of rain because this is just kind of going to set up kind of right over us. Because if you guys can already see, right in there is where I was talking about. It's going to start dissipating. So there's a front, there's a line right there. And I just didn't know how far north that it was going to be. So it's not going to reach too much further. So along that line, we're going to see a lot of rain in this area. So you guys just be aware that a ton of rain could fall. Lincoln, you are already underneath a flash flood warning, so they could issue more of these. Is Carson on a warning? No, there is. What do you mean Carson? Carson, Iowa? I don't think so. I thought Carson was right here somewhere. No, Carson's right here, and it is not in a warning, but it is definitely getting some heavy rain. Definitely getting some heavy rain. So, no warning for Carson, Oakland, Trainer. We have no warnings, basically. Omaha, Bellevue, Plattsmouth, Red Oak, Atlantic. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings out here. We just have a lot of heavy rain, and that's kind of what I expected. We did have the one tornado warning radar indicated that I wasn't expecting, but there was nothing that came out of it. Once again, I never said it was zero, but the chances are very slim for, a tornado to come down with that front so close. All right, so we are just waiting for 13 more minutes. So we will see if any more warnings come out after 13 more minutes. Other than flash flood warnings or anything, I still just think they'll let this one expire because I don't see. Let me see. I'm getting really tired. All right, so I saw a 60 mile an hour, but that's indicated right now. Um, all right, so it just came out. Omaha is in a flood advisory until actually come out of a flood advisory until Sunday at 5:45 in the morning. So definitely some heavy rains are going to be uh, over us for a little while. Actually, looks like some gusty winds up in Iowa right now. What is that? 40? Okay. All right, 11 more minutes. I don't see them extending this because I really don't see a lot of uh here in Carson, Iowa. Yeah, all you're getting is really just heavy rain right now. That's basically all we're gonna see. Because this rain is just gonna kind of just sit here, come up from the southwest. Um, yeah, just right along this boundary, and we're gonna see a lot of rain, in this location. Yeah, no problem. All right, I want to thank everybody one more time for tuning into the stream. I know it's like really late, and believe it or not, I got to get up in probably like 4 or 5 hours and actually go to my real job. But I want to appreciate everybody who has tuned in. Not going anywhere yet. I will not go anywhere unless this severe thunderstorm expires or in 10 minutes. But I do want you to hit that like and subscribe button for me. I do appreciate you. I appreciate you tuning in. Hopefully, I gave you the best coverage that I could this evening with everything that happened. I mean, we had a major destruction wind event down across, Kansas, Nebraska. Hopefully everything was good for you, kept you informed, kept you updated. Um, there was a lot of warnings out today, especially Colorado, Nebraska, Kansas. Definitely, yeah, definitely put me through the test today on, what's to come. So we know we can handle it. So yeah, hit that subscribe button for me, that like button, and yeah, next time we do this, we can do it together. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. It's been a long stream, I can tell you that. Right, 8 minutes left. I think this is kind of even dissipating down toward just to the east of Beatrice. It's not so, you know, heavy anymore. Um, Let me switch the velocities really quick. I don't think I see anything really over 60 mile an hour. So 50s, 40s. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything over 60. So I really, oh, that was a loud thunder. Holy crap. Scared me. Um, yeah, I don't see anything going over the 50 mark in this one. So we'll have to see what they do. Um, Yeah, I think this was the lightning bolt that just scared the daylights out of me. That was pretty loud. That was pretty big. I remember staying up 3 days to get all right, to get a bird up. Yeah. All right. Have a severe thunderstorm warning back down into Kansas. Roughly nickel size hail up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. You guys also have a frontal boundary uh, wind line. I believe that says Scott City. Yeah, Scott City, uh, heading east. Naval aviation. Hey, that's pretty cool. So I have kind of family rate related, so it's my wife's cousin. He was a Top Gun pilot, so uh, I believe I can't even remember what he was flying. Uh, you know what? I don't even think I even asked him. I know he went to Top Gun school and he flew fighter jets, so that's about as close as aviation that I know with anybody else is her cousin, who actually lives down here in Kansas now. He's retired. Uh, so good man though. Good Navy pilot. All right, what do we have? 5 more minutes. We will see if this is allowed to expire. He's pretty down to earth. I mean, seriously, I know what you're talking about with those kind of people, but no, he is really like down to earth. He is not cocky whatsoever. I can guarantee that. I can tell you that. All right, so kind of like what I expected. I don't see this going much past Omaha. Um, I knew that boundary line was in here somewhere. Just really didn't know how far this was going to stretch north. Um, but really, if you're back to the West, Fremont, Columbus, York, you guys are pretty good to go. Maybe a little rain. York, you could probably see this back end of the rain coming out of Hastings. Um, but really, I think everything's going to start pushing more east and northeast, down toward, the Missouri, Iowa, looks like, oh, are you kidding me? Right. Well, they're saying severe thunderstorm warning for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds in this location. Um, I didn't really see 60-mile-an-hour winds. So, anyway, I want to say this was a great stream. I appreciate all of you. We had over 1,200 views just on this stream. That's not counting the 300 that I started with um, on my first stream before it completely crashed. So I do want to thank everybody. Hit that like and subscribe button. Really, I'm going to leave radar on for people who are just kind of tuning in, who want to know, what's going on with with the rain and thunderstorms. Uh, I'll go ahead and basically have this in motion so people can see what's going on. Let me kick this back a little bit. So I at least have to get about 3 hours of sleep before I go to my day job. Um, it's definitely going to be a long day tomorrow. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off, turn that on. Right, so once again, I want to thank everybody who is actually tuning in. I have 42 of you on. I will go ahead and leave up the live stream going. So, you have active radar at least going. I will have it out of Omaha Valley because for the most part, that's what, we're going to be going off of is the Omaha radar. Um, so, yeah, I do need 7 hours. I need at least 7 hours, more like the 8 to 9. Um, so that's all right. Prior military, those ruck marches, setting up on an OP. Hey, haven't done it for a while, but yeah, your brain will thank you. Trust me. It tomorrow night when all this is done and over with, uh, yeah, I'll go to bed early tomorrow. So, all right. Well, that severe thunderstorm warning was allowed to expire, but they're saying just south of Lincoln had a 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Yeah, I wasn't really seeing it, so it might have been just a freak thing. So, anyway, on that note, I will leave everybody. I give all of you a W for a great, successful stream. Appreciate you. And I will definitely see you guys in the next one.